All right, we're going to call this meeting to order, and I will look to this meeting is on the Zoning Board of Adjustment meeting. I will ask Kathy Cherry, City Secretary, to call the roll.
Mayor Ingram.
Here.
Alderman Dunn.
Here.
Alderman Sandor.
Here.
Alderman Lassiter.
Here.
Alderman Ventura. Alderman Oliveri.
Here.
Mayor Ingram and members of the board. We have 6 members that are present.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, for this public hearing, we are going to continue the public hearing until August 20th. Due to the fact that this matter has to be heard by the Planning and Zoning Committee, and since they were unable to meet earlier, they are hearing this matter on August 11th. So with that, we will now adjourn the Zoning Board Adjustment meeting. Hey, John. So, is Jose, what time do you think he's calling in? Okay. 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 So, we probably should wait to gavel in the workshop at 5:15. All right. Just for everyone in attendance here, since we gavelled out of the Zoning Board and Adjustment meeting, we will, the workshop, Board of Aldermen workshop meeting is not scheduled to start until 5:15, and we have people who will be calling in to present. So just want you to be made aware, we will be starting that meeting exactly at 5:15. So we have about 7 minutes. So feel free to get up and move around if you need to, but we will gavel in at 5:15. Not any one, but you're welcome to go over there today and tell me what you want, or let me know if you want, and I can go to today, get a tour, and last year, we went up here. The 77 foot is not bad. We were the second highest growing garden that felt well, and then we were the best growing. This year's already got another thing. While you're having it. Ready. Thank you. Finance department. Finance department? Yeah. Well, you were on the benefits. I was on the, so we were kind of, a lot of ways, so he's not here at town hall. Go to, sanctuary. Or SLP, yeah. All right, it is now 5:15. Sorry about that. I got a long arm. I don't think I can get it. We're going to try. Hey, hallelujah. I just flipped right out. Okay, so we are going to start. First, I'm going to look to Kathy Terry, City Secretary. Call the roll.
Mayor Ingram,
Here.
Alderman Dunn,
Here.
Alderman Sanborn,
Here.
Alderman Lassiter, Alderman Ventura,
I just saw myself get pulled towards the screen.
Alderman Rose,
Here.
Mayor Ingram, and members of the board, we have a quorum.
All right. Great. So we will go right into the agenda for the workshop. Just as a side note, obviously we will take public comments, but we are saving the public comments for the actual Alderman board meeting tonight. This is a matter of information for those in attendance. Okay, so first up, we are going to move the agenda a little bit tonight in that we're moving up the discussion regarding item F on the agenda, which is discussion regarding the Village of Salado joining Sister Cities International and payment of the applicable membership to that organization. So Jose Rivera, a resident within the community, has done a lot of work to Jose Rivera, who is a resident within our community, has done a lot of work along with Katie Hill with the Barrel Brewing Company regarding our Scottish affiliation. And so Mr. Rivera is going to speak tonight regarding an affiliation with Sister Cities International. And so I will look to Mr. Rivera to go ahead and speak to the issue, and then we'll go from there.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, that's wonderful. Great. Not too much of a delay. I appreciate your time, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to call in from Orlando. Even from Orlando is a great day to be a citizen of Salado. So what this proposal, which started as a question that I asked during a previous Coffees with Leadership, quickly developed into a really exciting opportunity and exercise and planning exercise between the village administration, CVB, the museum, and others, because it's very complementary to the initiative of the Scottish Capital of Texas, or the Scottish Capital of Texas effort. So in essence, what it is recognizing both 167 years of the history of the village and the 65 years of consecutive celebration of our Scottish Gathering and Highland Games, and adding an international component, an association, an affiliation with a sister city in Scotland, which really, Salado's Scottish identity is not something that we invented, is something that is well documented through Colonel Clack Robertson, Elijah Sterling Clack Robertson, who carried his Scottish lineage into the village founding charter in 1859. His great uncle, General James Robertson, considered the father of Tennessee, is documented as coming from an area in Scottish Highlands where the Robertson name traces back to Clan Donacade, based in Highland Perthshire. So that direct link between Colonel Robertson, the founding of Salado, the Scottish Highlands, is something that is worth connecting for the benefit of Salado. So you add that the 65 consecutive years of the Scottish gathering on Highland Games every November, and now you have the longest running Highland Games in Texas and a sister city relationship with a community where our founder traces his lineage to or comes from. And then it's just a continuous uninterrupted heritage that Salado enjoys. So the Sister Cities International is the vehicle that we would use to establish this relationship, and it's an organization founded by President Dwight D. Eisenhower in 1956, and it operates in more than 140 countries with 1,800 registered partnerships. And it provides the governance and the templates and the grant access and the national recognition for the communities that are tweened or associated with other communities internationally. The village can file the membership with SCI. The membership for a community smaller than 5,000 residents is $190 per year, and that really would be the only village expenditure at the time. So when we started looking at potential communities that fit the character, historical, founding, architectural, cultural, arts, music, and everything that we are so proud of in Salado, we came up with, I came up with 8 criteria that we would evaluate these communities against. So, you know, these criteria were historical and architectural match to see the degree in which the community building environment and founding period is parallel to Salado's, cultural identity alignment, governance receptivity, what type of government they have in that community and how receptive they would be to a tweening with Salado, that they have no existing partner city currently, that they carry a strong tourism and festival synergy, that they have authentic Scottish heritage aligned with Salado, and that presently they have very strong civic vitality, and that our founders narrative, as we celebrate Founders Day and declare Salado as the Scottish capital of Texas, it ties very well to the effort of having a sister city in Scotland. Additionally, is just the grant benefits and benefits to Salado that this relationship with SCI and a village, a comparable village in Scotland could bring. So first grant opportunity requires no application. You already have the hotel occupancy tax revenue that we've talked about many times in many meetings, and just making this cultural event and cultural initiative could potentially allow for some of our events to be able to tap into that. Once Salado, if the board moves forward and accept this initiative, once Salado is a member of SCI, it enters into a grant queue that SCI administers annual programs covering arts, cultural exchanges, community development, and youth programming. Right now, Salado is ineligible for that, but once if the board accepts to move forward and we sign with SCI, then that vehicle of grant funding is available. And then longer term opportunities through the National Endowment for the Arts. The Art Town program funds creative projects from $25,000 to $150,000, and it just requires a partnership between a local government entity and a nonprofit cultural organization. government entity, Village of Salado, nonprofit cultural organization, the Salado Museum and College Park 501c3, and now you have that combination that can pursue National Endowment for the Arts grant funding. And as in my capacity as to help the village solidify this relationship, if I'm allowed, and if the board moves forward with this initiative. As a pro bono consultant, I would immediately contact the British Consulate General in Houston to initiate conversations, because they manage a cultural diplomacy budget with active interest in UK-Texas relationships. So that consulate presence associated with their interest in UK-Texas relationships coming to our Scottish Gathering and Highland Games really puts our event, our Scottish Gathering and Highland Games, in the international map, international scene. So to compare other communities in other states that have similar relationships, I can think of Dunedin, Florida, that has a population of 35,000. They're associated, their sister city in Scotland is Stirling, and they have had this relationship with Stirling for about 60 years, and yearly they have exchanges and delegations that go back and forth for different events between Scotland and Florida. And also participating in SCI with the Sister Cities program brings Salado international recognition, belonging to a national directory of over 400 member communities in the United States. And that just allows Salado to tap into those partnerships, and other big cities that I can think of is like San Diego is partnered with Edinburgh, and Houston is partnered with Aberdeen. So those are already established relationships that, if we move forward with this initiative, those are models that we can explore and follow for their lessons learned and their particular processes that they follow. But it really is an opportunity to bring Salado international recognition, bring our founding to light, bring our traditions and our Scottish Gathering and Highland Games in November, really on the international map and on the international scene. So my ask of the board is really threefold. One, if you think that this is a good idea, as many of us do, authorize the initiative and direct public engagement. We have those cities that we recommend based on the scoring that you see on the decision matrix, that has a max score of 80 points. The highest scoring currently is Aberfeldy, but Aberfoyle, Dunkfield, and Coldcross and Peebles, all, if you look at the evaluation criteria that you use in the decision matrix, all have areas where they score pretty high in terms on how they relate, how they look like, how similar, and how they align with Salado. But in terms of the cultural identity, the founding principles, and the tie to our founding and Colonel Robertson, really Aberfeldy would be the top numerical candidate. But what we would want to do is open public dialogue for the village of Salado, the residents of Salado, to have their input as well. So I think that we're prepared to have a display at the museum where it shows the different communities, why we're considering them, and which community they would support, and ultimately the decision will be the board's to adopt one of them. And then going after in order and evaluate the receptivity of their governing body and how quickly we can move. Because ultimately, what we would want would be a signing agreement during our Scottish gathering and Highland Games. So if we have that opportunity, just I ask the board to consider consider entering in this relationship and becoming a member of SCI, and then just confirm if we go forward, get the planning going, the exchanges with SCI and the different communities, based on the feedback that we get from the village, and hopefully have a signing ceremony for our sister cities at the Scottish gathering. Mr. Mayor of the board, that is what I have to present. Thank you for advancing me on the agenda since I'm not in Salado. But please, if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rivera. I did appreciate all the detailed work and overall presentation that you did. So thank you for taking the time to do that. It made it far more of a better analysis as we consider this opportunity. I'm looking on the boards. Who wants to ask the first question? Okay, Alderman Vancouver.
Yeah,
you're up.
Don't make me mayor.
I wanted to call you mayor.
Mr. Rivera, this is Jeff Vancouver. Thank you for, first of all, excellent analysis, very, very thorough and a great read. I was curious about one thing. You've given us probably a lot more thought than we have at the table here. And, I can see the comparable examples where people who have sister cities, use it for marketing. We have a sister city, they put banners out there, they put it on their website. Any thoughts from you initially about how we can leverage this relationship beyond that, beyond just the marketing aspect of it, to be a little bit deeper? I know you already mentioned Salado Museum and wouldn't mind having a lot more material from Scotland in there as an example, and we can send them Texas boots or something like that. I don't know, but I'm curious what your thoughts are, as you've given us more thought than we have, as to how do we make something beyond a marketing benefit to Salado for this relationship.
Yeah, thanks, Alderman Boncura. There is, all the opportunities for cooperation and exchanges, whether it's arts, music, education in particular. I think there's ample areas where we can look into capitalizing on a relationship with a sister city that shares, founding lineage and history and cultural alignment. It's not just about marketing. I think that this is a relationship that can benefit, we could benefit from. I mean, for example, Peebles is one of the communities. Peebles is a very active golfing community. It has a great golf course. That's if that was the partnership that was chosen, that was another angle that can facilitate additional cooperation or interest within the village and them as well. Aberfeldy is the home of the Dewar's Distillery. We don't have a distillery, but we have a brewery, right? So there's arts and crafts and trades and economic development areas that can certainly be explored. I hope that, Jeff, answers your question.
It does, Jose. Thank you. I translated that to a little bit of cross-pollination, right? But I appreciate your answer.
Yeah, first of all, Mr. Rivera, thank you so much for bringing this suggestion and driving. I think it's absolutely brilliant. And given the 65th anniversary, I think the timing is excellent as well. Did I understand this correctly? The town of Aberfeldy, is that the Robertsons lineage? Am I understanding that correctly?
That is the closest that the digital record allows us to find. Yes, Robertson's ancestor, we can trace it to a village just about 2 miles from Aberfeldy within the same county area. To be specific, I mean, we would have to see what written records, if there are any additional written records in at UT or through partnership with the museum. Go and get a genealogical study of that area and find the written records to get specific tie into the specific location where Robertson's family is from. But Aberfeldy, we know that by records that have been digitized, that we're within a 2 mile radius.
Yeah, my only other, with that, it sounds like that was done on the paternal side, but I'm just curious, on the maternal side, is there any linkage back to potentially another village town that we should be considering?
Certainly something that I can look into.
Okay, no, and I don't know if Sterling Ambrose has weighed in on all this, but obviously it's the heritage, and he might have some good insights to help us get there. But all in all, I think this is a fantastic, it almost seems like a no-brainer to move forward with. So I appreciate all the research and the effort you put into this. Thank you again.
Yeah, Mr. Rivera, thank you for the thorough brief. I don't have any questions at this time.
Alderman Laster?
Again, thank you, Mr. Rivera, for a well-done report with a lot of thought and interest in it and time, I'm sure. Excuse me. When you ranked those individual cities, it's relatively close, particularly, the number 2 and number 3 are Aberfoyle and Dunkeld. How strong do you feel with respect to the decision really at this point in time would be Aberfeldy?
So if you look at the decision matrix, let me put it in front of me. On the criteria that we looked at, Aberfeldy was the one that scored the highest in the most number of categories, right? So I think it was cultural identity alignment, and civic vitality. So the current current activities in Aberfeldy today looks most similar to Salado than any of the other communities that we looked at, and it ties to the founder's narrative as well. It has no other sister city. So those were, you see there the deck mat, the cultural alignment, the no existing city, the civic vitality, the present day, what the city looks like today. It's in terms of population, it is a lot closer in population than the other communities as well. So, I mean, that's the math, right? That's what I was able to get from the math. And again, I wouldn't be emotionally tied to any outcome. That's why I want to open it to the village to also have the voice of the village in all transparency and openness.
Sure. I think I would just echo what Alderman Dunch had to say about just checking with Mr. Robertson before we get too far down the road on Aberfeldy, and it does look like across the board, you feel strongly that that is the clear, in a way, the best choice at this point, Mr. Barrera?
And everything, everything is subjective, and I try to be as objective as possible in terms of what criteria I used. I did not weigh any of the criteria higher than any other. The alignment, based on, the Founders Day narrative that we will validate as for sure. The activities within Aberfeldy today, like for example, I think it was Coal Cross. I think Coal Cross is historically and architecturally a higher match to Salado, but it's just it's like a living UNESCO museum, right? It's just a protected historical community with only 400 citizens. So it doesn't have any economic activity. It doesn't really have anything today that looks like Salado compared to Aberfeldy or Peebles, for example, which are the two highest scoring ones on civic vitality. So the numbers tell me that Aberfeldy is the highest scoring one, the most aligned with Salado. And again, I'm not going to sell you Aberfeldy. That's why I put the criteria, the scoring, and why we're gonna what I would like to you to look at as well. Make your own decision and evaluation. We will have, if you decide to move forward with this, once we have the proclamation for the Scottish capital of Texas, then that would be the right time to open for public engagement and present the potential candidates, show why they scored the way that they scored. And if they're avid travelers and go to Scotland a lot and know more history than what I was able to find, then that's the input that I would like to get from you and from the village, so we can make the most informed decision. But right now, what I have, and I'm not emotionally tied to any outcome, because I know nothing about any of these locations, because I have not had the opportunity to visit them yet. But that's really how the decision matrix came out. But we certainly will maintain the rigor necessary to ensure that we give the best recommendation for you to make a decision to adopt a village as a sister, to adopt a community as a sister city, in alignment with your vision and the input from the village.
Okay, appreciate that. Again, thank you for all your hard work and interest in this project and helping the village. And I have no further questions, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Alderman Sandor, any comments?
Yes. Can we call up someone from the crowd, specifically Ms. Katie Hill, since this was her thing? Yeah, sure. Yes. Do you mind, Katie? Please. Are you familiar with what Mr. Rivera is presenting to us? Have you seen this before now?
Yes, I'm familiar with what Mr. Rivera is presenting and can try to help answer questions and clarify.
Oh, I think it's just you and I right now. Not
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's okay. So,
Yeah, let me know.
So my question for you is, do you have any remarks based on what Mr. Rivera has outlined for us today?
So I want to speak as a board member at the museum.
Okay.
The Salado Museum loves the idea of having a sister city, but it's really a Village of Salado to Scottish city collaboration. But the museum is in support of this. I've seen The Matrix, and I think he did a really good job of scoring, like, without any kind of, love or, interest in anything. A friend of the museum, the fiddler, Colin MacLeod, went over to Scotland, and he was going to report back to us if he discovered anything about any of these cities that might be relevant. We haven't heard back from him yet.
Is he there now?
Yes.
Okay.
Personally, I really liked Peebles because it had a cool golf course, but it scored the lowest. So the museum, if the village decides to move forward with this, I don't know if he already told you this, but the museum on Founders Day, we're going to have a display with photos and images and facts about each of these top scoring cities so that villagers can cast their vote for which sister city the Village of Salado wants to be pursued. And I think it's a good idea, like, maybe Aberfeldy wants nothing to do with the sister cities, so we can move to the next most popular city. I think it's a great idea.
Okay, so is it going to be the board's decision on which city becomes a sister city, or can it just be the public's decision that we support, hopefully?
I'm taking it that Mr. Rivera is making a recommendation based on the scoring, but if we find out, from here, I think you got to do a little bit more investigation before you make a decision on this, but I think the process should lead to a recommendation that then the board would take up and vote on.
Okay. Well, so thank you, Katie, very much for that. And thank you, Mr. Rivera, for your work. I don't think I have any other questions. I think I just have two comments. One, for me, it's important. I definitely engage with what the village has to say as a majority. So I think that's a fantastic and obvious idea. I wouldn't like to make a decision without knowing the results of that at all. And then secondly, I think it's a little silly. I think it sort of rolls off the tongue. So that's all I've got. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Alderman Sandor. I do have a couple questions, and Katie, I might want you to come back up because either you or Jose might help answer this. But and I do think if you look just as a matter of information, basically what's on the agenda tonight is just an application to become part of the Sister Cities International. We're not really selecting anybody yet, so I want to make that clear. My question really comes down to, and it goes back to my history in when I was working and we had to make choices among organizations, and we did a kind of a scoring matrix like this. And Jose, this is for you too, but you may be able to weigh in on this too, Katie, is generally when you're scoring and you have categories, sometimes evaluators will say, well, out of these 9 categories, these 2 categories are more important than these other 3, so they kind of weight it to ensure that they get someone that, or they get the right candidate that has the most connection and value to what you perceive as the most important, whether that's Founders Day narrative or whether that's the vitality, civic vitality as you go up and down the line, because just a straight scoring might lead you to pick someone that scored low in a category that you value as very important as you're going through this process. So, so that's one question I have is, did you consider whether or not you should be weighting the categories and scoring? And then the second question I have is, as you look at it, is this a reflection right now, and Jose, I'm not picking on you, but when we had scoring, usually we had 5 or 6 people who did the scoring, and each one of them would end up scoring a little bit differently, even based on whatever the requirements you were given. So in some cases, we have to be careful. The scoring process doesn't end up being just a reflection of one individual person's viewpoint. So I'd like your guys' feedback on, as we go forward, do you think it should be the way you're doing it, just straightforward, every category is considered the same, and then you're going to have one evaluator that ultimately is going to make the recommendation, or do you see, maybe to Alderman Sandor's comment, a more public approach to helping us score and weight these categories? So maybe I'll ask you first, Jose, and then I'm going to get Katie's opinion on it too.
Mr. Mayor, absolutely. That's a great question, and 100% what you're saying is exactly correct. I purposely did not add any weight to any criteria because I think that because the decision to move forward and the selection is the board's decision, if the real ask today is whether we move forward with this or not. If the board members, if the aldermen, and you and the aldermen decide which ones of the categories are most important to the Village of Salado for a sister city relationship, absolutely, let's weigh that criteria accordingly. But I don't establish priorities or policies for the village. I would ask if that you would do that. That would be great. If put your stamp of your vision for the village as part of this initiative, as if you approve it to move it forward. So that's why I did not want to bias one criteria above another or bias one community above another one. Particularly because I think that it's important to get your input and the community's input. The way that I envision this proceeding is getting the approval from the board to go ahead with the initiative. And great, let's have some weight to each one of those criteria. Add criteria or subtract criteria, that's perfectly fine, and then open it for public comment. I really was modeling the process of the Sister City initiative more like the process that John and I are very familiar with, right? You had candidates, you have an open forum for discussion and public opinion, then the board made a decision, and John is sitting with you, and I'm enjoying time with my son in Orlando. So that's really how that came about, that sequence of events that I put into this initiative. But certainly, if there's weight to put into each one of those categories, absolutely. Let's do that. Let's align that with what your village priorities are, and we can do the rescoring and get the input from the village in terms of where they think that that criteria should be weighed, and ultimately the board will make a selection of which village we want to go with, and they have the first right of refusal if they want to partner or not, and then we go to the next one. Mr. Mayor, does that answer your two questions?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that feedback. In a lot of ways, I think clearly there are probably community experts out there that would be valuable to get in this process to help advise or make recommendations to the board instead of us just trying to figure it out on our own. But KD, anything you want to add to those questions or comments?
I think you said it all, and I'm just glad y'all have something fun to talk about tonight.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I don't have any further questions. Mr. Rivera, thank you so much for your work and your effort, and we will obviously discuss this further at the Board of Aldermen meeting tonight and see where we end up. Okay, moving on. We're going to go to the second item, or what was the first item originally, the discussion regarding award of bids for the Village of Salado Royal Street K-Tempo Improvement Project, number 1963.22 000-14. And I will turn it over to you, John, because I believe you have someone from MRB here to also speak to this, but I'll let you lead us off here.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just a little bit of history for this project. On May 1st of 2024, the village entered into an advanced funding agreement with the Texas DOT for reimbursable funding for this project for the Royal Street Improvement Project for up to $2.1 million. Following the engineering and design of these improvements earlier this year, or last year and earlier this year, the Village of Salado released a request for bids for this project that resulted in the receipt of 6 bid submittals from firms, which the bid opening was held on June 26th. Following that opening of those bids, the MRB group has reviewed each of the submitted bids in relation to the bid submittal requirements, and have provided the bid tabulation, which is provided in your meeting packet. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Solomon with MRB Group, Solomon Thomas with the MRB Group, to walk you through those bids or the results of the bid review. As a point of reference, the base bids range from just over 3.4 million to just under 4 million at 3.997 million. There were also 4 alternate deducts. Yes. 4 alternate deducts, meaning that alternates to the bids that would lower that price to the bid price downward. So with that, I'll turn it over to Solomon.
Right. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Alderman, for having me here tonight. Appreciate y'all having me here. As John said, we did receive 6 bids. Those bids, as he mentioned, ranged from 3.5 basically to 4 million, which was within range of the engineer's opinion of probable cost. And with your funding, well, I guess going into the bids, of the 6 bids, at the time of bid reading, the apparent low bidder was TTG Utilities. However, TTG Utilities did not turn in required documents that were required in the bid manual, specifically the ones related to TxDOT's requirements, for example, non-discrimination, contractor certifications, that type of stuff. The remaining bidders, the remaining 5, did turn in the required bid documents, so all of their bids were considered responsive. Of the 5 responsive bidders, Texas Road LLC was your lowest base bid at 3.475 and a little bit million. And through discussions and based on funding, we wrote a recommendation letter that I assume they have in their packet. And based on that we would take that Texas Road LLC bid and exercise our right to remove the alternates. Deductive alternate 1 was to, instead of doing a full reconstruction from Baines East, was to do spot repairs and resurface the road. Alternate 2 was parking near the shed. Alternate 3 was on the north side, parking kind of near Barrow, close to Main Street. And then alternate 4 was parking on the south side in that same general vicinity. And so in order to bring cost into what you have with your TxDOT funding and the village's portion of the funding, we arrived at basically 2.9 million. We did review their bid proposal. We did contact former clients former and current clients of Texas Road and received positive responses on their timeliness, their quality, their project management and communication, and then positive responses on if changes occur in the contract, or do they work well with that client. And so MRB Group recommends that the Village of Salado award the bid and deduct the alternates to Texas Road LLC.
So we'll start off with, I'll go to Alderman Sandor first to ask follow-up questions.
Solomon, were you involved in the in contacting the three references for this bidder, Texas Road LLC, or is that somebody else on staff?
It was a person on staff,
Okay.
but I gave them the specific questions to ask.
Okay. My question would be in regard to the references. Were we talking to people who they performed a similar scope of work for, or was it a far greater scope or far smaller scope?
Sure, great question. So we contacted any of them that were road related. So we started there. We didn't get a response from one. So we won at least 3 responses. We got 2 responses on road related projects. So similar in scope, but varying in size. I don't remember the exact numbers on what size of the project, but they did have a portfolio of projects that range from, smaller projects to larger projects than this. And then when we didn't get a response on one of the road projects, we did contact on some water and wastewater projects that were similar in cost to this one.
Okay, and based on that, is it your professional opinion that Texas Road LLC should be able to satisfactorily complete the scope of work? Should it be awarded to them?
Yes, sir.
And so beyond that, I just have a comment, Mayor, for the board. I've aside from what you just heard me question with this engineer, I have been following and engaged in this, dealing and meeting with Solomon and our city manager, and I've been through the bid tabs with them. I've been through everything that I think that we can get through as it pertains to what we're looking at tonight, and I don't see this differently than what is being recommended by our engineering firm. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Alderman Sandor. Alderman Lassiter, any questions?
Just a couple, and thank you, Alan, for sharing, Alderman Sandor for sharing that with us. With respect to the contract itself, what is the approximate timeline given for construction? And I'll hold the second question till I get an idea what that is. I think the people certainly in that area that are impacted by the construction would like some range right now of what we're looking at. Could you share a guesstimate? Not going to hold you to it, just an idea.
So the contractor has 24 months for execution of the contract. So unless they go into liquidated damages, they have to be done within 2 years of start to finish.
And do you find that a reasonable period of time?
Yes, sir. We did basically we take the items of work and what is an average of the ability of a contractor across the industry to be able to progress that work. Mm-hmm. And so we actually built a schedule that we had to submit to TxDOT that basically does define, that's how we came up with the amount of time to give to the contractors.
Okay. And when you do the contract, will there be the penalty clause be substantial if they don't make that 2-year window with the noted exceptions given?
So with TxDOT, a TxDOT contract, they have a guide on what you're allowed to charge on liquidated damages. And so we are limited in what we're allowed to do. I don't remember that specific number, but it is substantial enough that they would be encouraged to finish on time.
Is there an incentive on the other side if they finish early provided in a TxDOT contract like that?
Not on one this size generally.
Okay.
So when you incentivize, generally you do get a faster contract, but it costs you more money.
Sometimes it's worth it, sometimes it's not. But the sensitivity of our vendors and is for 2 years is certainly a consideration. Right. But I have no further questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, I'm sorry. Can I expand for Alderman Lassiter on his first point, please? So we did this really for the public, and so we did talk. Solomon and I, the former village administrator, I gave a directive to him and the former mayor specifically. So originally, I think there was some conversation that this could be an 18-month project, and so as we dove a little deeper and got closer to bidding, we started seeing that this was going to come back more as a 2-year, 24-month project. I have always been prepared, as long as I am here, to challenge those timelines and also to protect the Christmas stroll. So I'll pause for a minute, but ask you to please tell the public what you know about the wintertime. I'm not asking you to define the Christmas stroll, but rather what provisions you are willing to speak about right now that were put in place during the bidding process for all bidders, that they had to understand the sensitivity around our largest event every year, which is the Christmas stroll. So would you please?
Right, so the contract has wording and restrictions in it that work cannot occur from Main Street to Bain Street during the months of November and December. So the contractor cannot be in the area from Main Street to Baines doing work or have any kind of disruption to traffic during those 2 months. The village does have the right to back off from that if there is auxiliary work that wouldn't impact but would help the contractor. So, but we wrote a very restrictive one that at least gets us to that point where they will have to be out of there during and have everything that is 2 lanes of traffic open during that time.
And moreover, I want to expand a little bit on what we are able to do during that 2-month window. So if there is a petty or otherwise small item that they can come in and out and do, I would like, to try to let stakeholders know that we're considering that. That would have to happen pretty quickly. So if everybody's on vacation or something at that time, we would just have to make a decision. But there are a number of things. I think a lot of people in the public assume that when this thing starts, there's just going to be $5 million worth of yellow equipment out there, and the road's going to disappear, and it's going to be like caliche and muddy and stuff the whole time. And there will be a point in time where that is absolutely going to be the case. However, there's a number of things that can be done and that have to be done in regard to utilities, overhead and otherwise. And I'm not going to dive into that and give a dissertation on how this works, but there's so many moving parts to get this project done. Some of those things can be done before we ever get to a place where we tear out the road for the sake of rebuilding it and repairing the engineered storm culvert. And so there's a number of considerations, and I would be available to anybody who has specific questions on that at a later time to talk about concerns. I think I've gotten in front of any of them that I could come up with and that people who have already spoken to me had, and I think it can be managed from here really well with whoever the award goes to, so that we don't disrupt business any more than we have to. There will be an inherent disruption, clearly, but I think the forethought that's been put into it's been pretty substantial, and I'm certainly open to more, and I will be proactive in helping make sure that that we don't have bucket trucks, with people walking under it or worse when we shouldn't. So, thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Lassiter.
I'd just like to follow to Alderman Sandor saying thank you as well for in this clarification as vendors. Well, as we get closer to getting there, we want that, but that's a really great start, and letting them know that you have been, MRB have been thinking about that, so it's not forgotten, and it's just I want to say thank you very much. Acknowledge that you spent a tremendous amount of time on this with MRB and appreciate it very much.
All right. Alderman Marufo.
Just one question. Can you please give me a quick explanation on the contractor's assurance?
That form?
Well, I noticed that in the yes and no columns, Texas Roads has no under their contractor's assurance.
So we reached out to TxDOT. A contractor's assurance form doesn't have anything for the contractor to fill out. And so it's just a paper that basically assures that they're going to complete the project, do all the stuff. It's in there. There was nothing for them to actually fill out, but TxDOT required us to put it on the list of required forms. And so they did make a ruling that that contractor's assurance is, by them signing the contract, is included in there. So they included all the forms that actually required them to do something on. There was nothing to do on that form.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Alderman Dunn?
Yeah, thanks for all the efforts. I know this has not been easy, and obviously having Alderman Sanders' expertise at the table has been extremely beneficial. One thing for clarification, just for the public, is we were talking about, you know, Christmas stroll, but general flow of traffic under normal just construction. I know we have things in the contract. Can you explain that for the public?
Yeah.
Because we all know, even when a watercross bridge is flowing over with water, the traffic that goes on Royal. So the congestion, we are growing, so this project can't happen quick enough just with the growth that we're seeing. That all being stated, just so everyone knows, what will the impact be during this time period from traffic flow?
Right, so the contract requires that during construction that they keep one lane open at all times. They have some options, whether that is setting up temporary traffic control during the day to flag traffic through one lane at a time, or they do have the option of setting up a temporary traffic signal and only working in an area that they're, can work in a limited area, but where if they want to and they want to work in that area on a long-term setup, they can set up a temporary traffic signal that will direct traffic in that one lane overnight.
Thank you. I have no other questions. Thank you.
All right, Alderman Van Kuren.
And no additional questions. Just look forward to getting it started.
I have just one question that I wanted to get clarified. When we had been looking at the documentation before, and I think we were looking at it with you, Solomon, there was some reference to $400,000 in development credits or something along that line. I may not be saying that exactly correct, Alderman Sandor, but it led to the inclination that there could possibly be another $400,000 in additional funding. Is that accurate or not?
So what was discussed in that meeting is the initial $1.7 million state funds was given to the Village of Salado with a 20% match. Well, TxDOT agreed to pay that $420,000 through some development credits. We did ask the K-Tempo director whether or not there was a potential for additional funds. He made the comment that this project's been a long time coming. We've been given more funds. A lot of times we don't just have money sitting there, but you can always ask. So,
yeah. All right. So I think it's in. Okay. Oh, go ahead, Neil. I think for clarification, just is that I do think the plan is to ask for those additional funding. If you want to add to that.
Yeah, to add to what Solomon just spoke about, I also had a conversation with the K-Tempo director about the same exact funding that he just described. The additional funding, the village does have the opportunity to request additional funding since the minimum bid is $2.9,005,289 to request additional funding because the project literally started 5 years ago and the costs have increased and the bids have gone up. No guarantee that we will receive those funds. There are other cities or communities with other projects that are going to offer that they are aware of that are also requesting. They are currently working through their policy of how to handle those requests. I did learn that to request those funds, we simply need to draft a letter. In the letter explaining the dollar amounts and the reasons why we're requesting additional funding, and then that will be considered. They did not give a timeline, or they don't know the timeline right now of when they will be able to provide us an answer. With all that said, if the answer is no to that request, and in order to get this project moving forward, and before we get an answer to that, The village does have the tax note that was issued previously, and the approximate difference of $805,000, $805,289. The city has a tax note that we can draw those additional funds for to pay this additional cost. Obviously, we hope we don't have to use all or any of that tax note if we're able to get additional funding, but that will allow us to get the project started before we perhaps have an answer from K Temple. That's the Killeen Temple Metropolitan Planning Organization through the Council of Governments here.
Okay. Alderman Sandor, do you
Yeah,
want to
so again, for the public, the big problem with this project as it pertains to its finances is the idea that this grant was offered to this village many years ago, and until about early June of last year, no one seemingly was let me be careful here. I think the work proactive on this project has been consistent without fail since about June or July of last year. The point I want to arrive at is this: when you get a grant for a city, you should probably try to use it. If you are successful in using it, not only are the asks easier, they often come back greater. So that's the new practice that I am hoping for and what I came here to do when you guys elected me, which is to work on roads and infrastructure. So West Village Road, for example, that one was also sitting stagnant a year ago. It is not. It is very much proactively being worked on. In fact, we met this week on it, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
And we continue to talk about it all the time to try to move that project forward. The point I'm trying to arrive at, and I'll move on, is when you have a grant offered to you, if it makes sense or if it's something that you need, which is likely why you got offered the grant anyway, you should work on it, you should use it, and you should immediately ask for more. So I hope that the mayor and this board will consider writing that letter, because we all know what the answer is going to be if we don't ask. So it's an easy ask, it's an easy letter, anybody can sign it. The mayor's probably more than willing to sign it, I might assume. And but it also is probably wishful thinking, because this village has punted this project many, many times. And so that is why we're in the place that we're in right now. Had this been performed on when it was originally, when those monies were originally given to us, you would have stood a far better chance of performing this road project within the amount that they gave us. So I hope that makes sense.
Yes, yeah, it makes very good sense. The lesson learned here is when you get grants, you should move rather quickly as you can, because a delay costs you more money because of inflation and other things that you don't anticipate or expect. So I appreciate that comment, Alderman Sandor. And thanks for clarifying. I was thinking the 400,000 was on top of the 2.1 million, but the initial award was 1.7. So I appreciate you clarifying that. And I also want to thank Alderman Sandor for a lot of the work that he has put in to this, on top of running a business. So I do appreciate the work effort. I think this board is very much engaged in doing these projects when we get them, and to do them as timely as we can, given the needs of the community. So I want to thank everybody on this board for finally getting this project moving. I have no other questions. So with that, Solomon, I think we'll let you go.
Thank you.
Run to get out of here. All right. Next item up is a discussion on regarding the annual service and assessment plan for the Salado Public Improvement District, including the required annual service plan update out in Sanctuary East. So I again will turn to you, Village Administrator, and give us the update.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. The annual service plan update for Salado East is for the Salado East Public Improvement District. It is required to be annually reviewed and updated by the Board of Aldermen. The cost of the authorized, the benefit of this is it relates to the assessed property within the PID and the cost of the authorized improvements, the indebtedness involved with that to be incurred by, as a result of those improvements, and the manner of assessing the property is all stipulated. On page 3 in your packet of the annual service plan update, it identified for 2026, or the improvement area number 1 has an outstanding assessment of $4,538,613. The total annual installment payment due on January 1st of 2027 is $429,459.50, which includes a principal amount of $67,000, interest of $293,067.50, and additional interest of $22,935, and an annual collection cost of $46,459.50. I'm going to stop my overview at that, and that's as far as my knowledge can really go on this project. I'm going to turn it over to two folks who are here from P3 Works and can answer your questions better than I on this. Andrea Barnes, and I apologize, I'm probably going to mispronounce his name, Ria Kalani. So if you guys would like to come up to the podium.
Hi, I'm Ria Kirani from P3 Works. The PID is Sanctuary East Public Improvement District, and we are here for the 2026 Annual Service Plan Update. I can answer any questions you guys have. And
Ma'am, could I ask you to speak a little louder? I'm
yes,
sorry. I can hardly hear you. Thank you.
So we are here for the Sanctuary East Public Improvement District. The PID consists of 189 acres and 175 residential lots. This is the 2026 update. The PID levied in 2024, and so we're required to have a update every year. And that includes updating the assessment roll and the 5-year service plan, which is required by the statute. And I can answer any questions you guys have.
Okay. Anyone have any questions? Yes.
I probably have some that are, I shouldn't be asking, but I'm the new guy on here, so I'm trying to understand. I guess I'm missing the context why the village is paying basically $3,000 a year for each of these property lots. Is part of the incentive plan behind Sanctuary? Is that what this is? I mean, and when the lot is sold, do we still pay the $3,000 for that lot, or does that get taken off the roll? I'm looking at all these pages, like item 1B, page 23. It says here's a lot type, here's outstanding assessment, and there's an annual installment due of $2,954.89 on that particular lot. Lot 1 has a different number due. I'm just trying to understand, and maybe someone can tell me the contextual understanding why we're paying $2,000, $3,000 a month for these lots. What is that for?
So each lot type has a different.
They're different sizes. I get that.
Yes.
Why am I paying $3,000 for a lot? Sorry, I'm not familiar with this contract, so if this is something that's happened, I know this isn't. We do this each year, and it's approved each year. We go through the numbers each year. I'm just asking the big umbrella question: is why we're paying $3,000 per lot?
I support you. I want to hear the answer also.
Okay.
Good evening, Alderman. I'm Andrea Barnes with P3 Works, and so this is Ria's first time to actually present before a board. So
sorry to put you in the spotlight.
No, that's okay. I came with her for that very reason. So to answer your question, sir, the way that the PID works, it is structured to be the finance mechanism for the development. So the water, sewer, drainage, and roads that go into the development provide benefit to the homeowners that are within that development, and then PID bonds are issued. And as a result of those bonds being issued to reimburse the developer for the water, road, sewer, and drainage that are used to make the development happen, there is an assessment levied on the property. That assessment is levied based on the special benefit that's conferred to those property owners, and it is levied, based on the lot size and those lot types.
Allocation, basically.
Yes, sir. It's an allocation.
$4.5 million debt, basically.
Correct.
We're doing it over 30 years, and we've allocated based on lots. So
That's
this
correct.
is basically paying for infrastructure as part of the sanctuary agreement, is what you're telling me.
That is correct, and they have to be public improvements, otherwise the PID can't fund it. Okay?
This is just an allocation of the money that was built into that contract.
Yeah,
That's right.
It gets assessed to the
So once the
property.
lot is sold,
sir.
does that debt payment on that lot continue for the 30 years, or once?
That is correct, sir. So whoever owns the property on January 1 of each year is who is responsible for that annual PID installment that you see on that assessment roll. So that's why state law requires us to come out and give you a report. It also, when you approve the report tonight, you are authorizing P3 to submit on your behalf to the county tax office the assessment roll, which will apply on their tax bill. It'll be on their property tax bill that goes out in October timeframe, and it'll be due January 31st.
I'm sorry, you lost me in that translation. My question was, once a lot is sold,
Yes.
is the village still paying that $3,000 per lot? And I think you said no.
Whoever owns the lot on January 1 is the one that has to make that annual installment. So if the property changes hands from the builder to an individual homeowner, the lien is filed on the land and not on the person, and so that levy transfers at the sale of that property from the builder to the homeowner.
Okay, but we're still paying every year.
The city is not paying that. The homeowners pay that.
Yeah, this is a financing mechanism within that district instead of infrastructure being spread out like on a village across all residents. Only improvements in that district get billed to the property owners of that district.
I am now lost because in this item 1B, page 29, it basically shows paying over a 30-year period, basically the same amount of money. And I assume that it was the village, every year we're going to meet like this and pay $459,000 or the equivalent of that that's due that year. And
that's the sum total that's due by all of the homeowners within that PID.
Property tax.
Okay.
So you're going to charge the homeowner.
So do we know if it's $459,000,
then-
how much is our village responsibility? Is that
goes
somewhere in
to
here?
Zero. The PID debt is non-recourse to the village.
Yeah.
It's backed by the assessments that are paid by the homeowners.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. This is not a cash flow issue for us. This is just an accounting of what the expenses are each year and how they're flowing.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Thank you for asking that question. I am familiar with your answers, but it's important that whoever's listening and sitting in this room watching heard the answer to your question, which is why I supported it. So that was a great question. Thank you for that.
It was an outstanding question, so
Okay,
we're
I'm
happy
going
to
home now.
answer it.
It's kind of like a bond, except we're not paying the bond, the homeowners are paying the bond.
Got it.
That's right.
Okay, Alderman Dunn, do you have any questions for her?
I have no additional questions. Thank you for your clarification.
You are very welcome, sir.
Alderman Rosen?
I have no question, thank you.
Okay. Alderman Laster? Alderman Sandor? Okay. Yeah, I don't have any additional questions either. This is pretty straightforward. So.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
do,
Mayor.
Mayor, have a question for Mr. Benson.
Okay.
This is I think we've already addressed this in the Madam's last few comments, but this is a formality pertaining to an existing development agreement from approximately 11 years ago, is it not?
Correct, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it's a formality in terms that state law requires us to come before you each year and provide you with that, with the update.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
And we don't bite. It's okay. Yeah.
And I would just add one more comment. The good thing about a public improvement district within a village like this is that when you have infrastructure improvements, those get financed by the public improvement district, not the village. So that's a clear distinction. Okay, on to the next topic. Discussion regarding the authorization from the Board of Aldermen to release the RFQ on call engineering services. Mr. Village Administrator, you want to take that?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. It's been over 5 years since the Village of Salado has released a request for qualifications for on-call engineering services. MRB is our current on-call engineering firm that we use, as you saw earlier tonight. To ensure that the village continues to receive qualified and cost-effective engineering services, it's a good practice of municipal government to periodically, regardless of the quality that we're currently receiving, to release a request for qualifications, in this case for on-call engineering services, every 3 to 5 year time period. So staff is requesting authorization from the Board of Aldermen to do just that. Upon authorization, we will finalize a request for qualifications, and we will release that. Once we receive those, we will review those, and we will bring back recommendations to you. One of the things, because the on-call engineering services, the services themselves cover a broad area, and so we may want to, once we receive those, we may want to award or select more than one firm. So this isn't necessarily going down to one firm. We may want to have multiple firms, and then as we, depending on the services we're needing, we may want to then, for a task order, go to more than one of those firms and say, please give us a quote or a response for task, whatever it is about, and then we can consider that without going through a formal bidding or RFP process. We can still be time efficient, but it will allow us to make sure we're getting the best cost for what the services are needed. So with that, I'd ask for the board's authorization to release that RFQ.
Mayor?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
So also, I feel responsible for this RFQ. I asked former village administrator to consider doing this, and I know it was probably on his list. I don't think we quite made it there, so thank you, sir, for listening to me and doing this. The reason I asked for this is for many reasons that I really don't want to spend an hour or two talking about. To be totally clear in summary, though, the gentleman that was here earlier with a sport coat on with MRB, Solomon Thomas, it's my humble opinion that he's very good at what he does, and I think he's very good for Salado. However, the company that he works for, they have things in place that I could not disagree with more. And so in layman, there are including landowners within our community who want to do things from time to time. Some of those things require permits. Some of those things require civil engineering to get those permits. The fees that are not controlled by Mr. Thomas, but someone probably above him in a policy within their organization, or they're not in line with what generally happens within Bell County. So for one quick example, a minor I looked at for someone very recently, I'm going to require that MRB engage to release any kind of permit or moving forward. Do you have a question? Anyway, the fee that was proposed to a local civil engineer and surveying company right here in Salado was $2,000 for something that I often see day to day get done for $200 to $400. So if you're a homeowner, a landowner, a business owner, and you get put in a position where you need engineering to get a permit to do something, I'm not going to be okay with someone charging you guys $2,000 for something that can be done for, worst case scenario, $400. And there's many, many, many more examples like that. So I totally disagree with their pricing. They also have habits of open invoicing, which has a policy in my construction and development company. We do not do, period, full stop, no open invoices from anybody ever. And they do that sometimes, and I'm not a fan of that, and I don't think that's the best use of taxpayer money. To expand a little bit on Mr. Benson's rhetoric a minute ago, You could literally do what we're about to do now and then qualify a group of engineering firms and then give them a menu of things that we see come through here often. And then we can pick and choose depending upon what their price points are. We don't, right now, everything we do is with one household. So it's like, so how can we be competitive with your money? We can't unless we do this. And so again, I want to applaud you and thank you for coming in and so quickly jumping and getting this done. I don't think people realize how important this is. This is very important, not just for people who are trying to make positive change and growth, but because we're charging people $2,000. We are not, to be clear, but the engineering firm that we only have an agreement with today, which is just one, MRB, and the example I gave you earlier, you see how much they're charging for a service that's not required to charge that much with almost anyone else. I've never seen this before except for right here, and I do this all the time. Thank you.
Alderman Lassiter, any comments? Alderman Rosewell?
No comment.
Alderman Dunch?
No comments, thank you.
Alderman Van Kuren?
Alderman Sandor asked my major question, which was, do we have hot buttons to address? And the answer is we have some at least to address based on our experience. I'm glad that you're illustrating a couple of those. The difficulty I think is going to be ahead of us, and I'm not sure if you guys have an answer to this yet, is how do we ascertain, which of these engineering firms is the best one to use for a particular service?
The RFQ document will have a scoring sheet that each submittal will be rated in comparison to the.
Well, that's understood, and that's qualifying or grading the responses. But let's say we have two firms come back and say, I want to do the exact engineering study that you're talking about. How are we going to determine which of those two is the better one to go with?
After they're selected, say we have a pool of firms.
Yeah.
At that point, it's going to be priced. If they're both qualified to do the work.
Yeah.
And we trust them in that regard, then it's price driven.
I mean, I know we went through the process with MRB of them doing an evaluation of Texas roads to say, can he do the work right? What's the references look like? I'm assuming we're going to have to do something similar for this. Who responds back with favorable responses that we think are contenders? We still got to go back and make sure that they can do the work, and we're comfortable that they've got a history of doing the work well, I guess.
That's yes, correct. Sir. The qualification part in RFQ is exactly to your point. So unless they will assume and have, I would presume, evidence that they are capable and have a track record, a positive track record of whatever scopes of work that Mr. Benson and staff. So we'll give, I think, them whoever these engineering firms are, this list of things that we want to know if they offer a service for, and how they can prove to us that they are qualified. I think, and we'll all get to read that stuff as well.
Got it.
And one last thing is, as we review the submittals, we'll ask for 2 aldermen. We'd like to have 2 aldermen involved in that review process. So I appreciate your interest in that.
Thanks. Sounds like I've been voluntold. I was just thinking of the analogy when we used to hire coders, we would give them a test problem, right, type of thing. I wasn't sure if you would do something like that here. This engineering example you gave of, would you give us an engineering recommendation on this plat? If we would go through the process of, let's say we find 2 that we like, they both of them do this, and see if the quality of work that they do is representative of what we think is needed for the building.
I've never seen it done in a test format. It's generally a questionnaire that they have to be responsible to answer honestly, right. And then we just move to references,
okay.
And that is the qualification process typically.
Yeah. Thank you for the insight.
All right, I'd only make one comment. This has all been very good. I think it's important, no matter who ends up sitting here on the dais, down the road, that really good governance policy is you should go out every 3 to 5 years and do RFPs on your vendors, no matter how good you think they are, because things change, people change. Alderman Sandor referenced, we were happy with Solomon Thomas, but you work with a firm, you don't work with just one individual, so it's good policy to go out every every 3 to 5 years so that you can ensure that you're getting the best firm for your needs as you look forward to doing work and not just get hung up on one vendor or one individual within a vendor. So I'll just add those comments. Okay, that takes us to, and we're going to try, given how long it's been already on the workshop, hopefully these next items will go a little bit quicker so that we can get through the remaining topics here before we go into the Board of Aldermen meeting. The next item up is a discussion regarding the engagement letter for Armstrong, Vaughn and Associates for the Village of Salado's fiscal year annual financial audit. So you want to take that, John?
Thank you, Mayor. Earlier this year, we released a request for qualifications for auditing services for the city's annual auditing process. Following that selection process, the firm of Armstrong, Vaughn and Associates was selected by the Board of Aldermen. In your packet is the proposed letter of engagement for these services. The fee for and this would be for the single audit, for our annual audit, which would be performed and completed prior to March 30th, or actually March 28th of next year, in the amount of $17,000. If a single audit is required, an additional $4,000 will apply, which would bring the total cost of $21,000. We do have funds proposed in the budget for next year to cover those costs. Be happy to answer any questions.
Alderman Van Cure, any questions?
Maybe more of just a reminder, because we talked about this before. Are there any gaps in terms of what we need versus what they can provide? And the second one is I'm assuming there's some filing requirements after the audit is done. Can you just remind us what those filing requirements are?
Sure. To answer your first question, no, there's no gaps in what they can provide versus what we were asking for in meeting. Secondly, as far as the timeline, the audit, our fiscal year ends on September 30th. We have to have the audit completed and submitted to the Texas Comptroller's Office within 180 days following the end of our fiscal year, which falls on March 28th. So, or the following work day, if that's a weekend or holiday. And they're aware of that. We've had discussions with them to make sure they are able understand that deadline and are able to meet that deadline. And they have stated they can and will meet that deadline.
Alderman Dench?
Nope, I think we've talked about this before, so I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Alderman Lewis?
No question.
Alderman Lasker? No question. Alderman Sandor?
No question.
And I don't have any questions either. It looked fine to me, so I think we're good to go there. Excuse me. Next item is a discussion regarding the 22-hour walk for suicide prevention in September, beginning on the 26th, 4 p.m. to September 27th at 2 p.m., hosted by the American Legion. Who's taking that topic?
I believe there was somebody here in the audience for that,
okay.
for this agenda item.
Oh, okay. Well, very good. Come on up.
So I'm Brandon McHenry. I'm the commander of the American Legion here in Salado. We've been around for about 4 years now. So we're going to talk about the 22-hour walk for suicide awareness that we hosted. That the Salado Band Boosters hosted last year. This year, the American Legion is taking over that event. Janine here is an event organizer, so she's going to talk about the event itself, and then we're going to go over the safety precautions that we're taking to make sure this is a safe event and that it's a community-driven event as well.
So 22 veterans commit suicide every year or every day, and members of high school and surrounding communities have seen their own suicide numbers rise in recent years. Our goal is to keep the American flag walking for 22 hours straight. We have flags from other branches if they choose to not carry the flag itself, but along that we're trying to educate folks. So along the entire path there are posters of graphs and foods that increase mood and different things, hotlines, any way to increase awareness, things to look for inside someone that you're speaking to, just ways that we can improve our awareness and information to folks that may not know. Those are all along the walk. We make sure that no one will walk alone. If one person just wants to walk at the top of the hour, one of our volunteers will be walking with them for safety purposes, and he'll go over those. We also will line the Salado Bridge with white paper bags that anyone who wants to remember someone who has completed the suicide, that they can remember them. At dusk, we break chem lights in it so it lights up the bridge. Unfortunately, it gets longer each year, but it's just a way for us to remember those that we're trying to remember. We also will have a flyers, cards, information being passed out from mental health facilities along that way. 100% of our proceeds will go directly to a local mental health nonprofit. It's whoever the American Legion votes on for that time frame. We'll also have a small projector where we'll request about 3 weeks out in advance pictures of those that they want to remember, and we'll run that all night long. So those pictures will run the entire time. We will have a small opening ceremony with a guest speaker about significance of prevention and prior to that first wave of the flag walking, and then a clergy to pray over the event. This year, in addition, we're going to ask for businesses if they would like to sponsor a sign, or we could create a sign for them to garner community. So we'll start working on that this weekend, walking out to the different businesses to see if they would like to participate. It'll also bring additional monetary to the nonprofit as well. This does bring significant news outlets. It did last time. I think we had KCEN News, KWTX came out, Temple Daily Telegram, Colleen Daily, and then Salado Village Voice. So in hopes that we can gain more, that would be out there for that. This year we are hosting it at Harry's on the Creek. So I know we spoke with Chief Fields in regards to some of the safety issues with that. So I'll let Brandon.
All right. How's it going, gentlemen? Thanks for hearing us out this evening. It's gotten later, so we're going to go push as best as we can. We're going to have safety vests for those who want to wear safety vests for high visibility. The sidewalk itself is well lit throughout the entire path. I took part in this last year. It was a super fun thing to do while bringing awareness to the situation at hand. The route itself is well marked and well lit. We have turnaround point at the end of the road. There's very few crossings over the active road. There's actually only just one at the corner by PNC. We'll have a table posted up there with volunteers, and we'll have water at the end of the road for them. We'll have communication from the turnaround point to the command tent over at Harry's. So we'll have also golf carts or side-by-side if we need to pick up anybody who can't handle the walk or just can't make it back to us. The chief did bring up the risk about drunk patrons trying to take part in this event. That will not be allowed. We won't allow drunk patrons to walk down the road. The chief himself said he was going to have another car posted throughout the path, so that'll also deter some of the shenanigans from happening. And then as well, the chief is going to be on the second shift from 10 to 3 a.m., making sure that there's nothing that may or may not happen during this event. Janine is also a medical professional, so she will have 3 other CPR qualified volunteers there, and myself as well. Again, this is about a community event, bringing awareness to something that we all care about. Many times we've done events that we talk about mental health awareness and the issues and the stigmas surrounding those things. So this is something that's near and dear to us as veterans, and I know a lot of you yourselves care about this. So I guess our ask here is that you take into consideration what we're planning and allow us the permit to go through so we can do this event this year and the next year to follow.
Thank you for that, and it sounds like a pretty exciting event. So appreciate the work that you guys are doing with this event. So I'll turn to Alderman Marufo first this time and see if there's any questions you want to ask of them.
I don't have any questions, but I really appreciate what you guys are doing. Thank you.
Alderman Lassiter, any questions?
I don't really have any questions. I certainly personally want to support that, and we'll look forward to seeing when that opportunity presents itself. But I think it's a wonderful cause, and I really appreciate y'all putting forth the effort to do it, especially here in Salado. Thank you.
Of course.
Alderman Sandor, any questions?
Yes. So I think this is awesome. Thank you both for your service. some businesses are not open on the weekend on Main Street or wherever you're going to be asking for participation. My businesses are included in that. I would like to participate.
We have a flyer we'll be sending out across Facebook and whatever else, but I can also get that to the city secretary, to you guys as well.
Please do. Yeah, and then also, hey,
Appreciate it. I think we had that taken care of. I have one as well. And
okay.
United Rentals, they do it every year. They give us
Perfect.
2 side by side.
Oh, good.
We do appreciate that offer, though. Thank you.
I'd like to hear that communication with the chief, because that was my number one question when he first started speaking. So that's a good move. Make sure that he stays very in tune with every movement that y'all are making. He's going to want that, and we're going to want him to do the same. So I think that's it. I think it's a great idea, and you have my full support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Alderman Dunge?
First of all, thank you for taking the initiative. This is obviously bringing attention to something and supporting our veterans. Thank you. It's a real issue. With that, though, I just, is this the first year we're going to be doing this, or did I understand we did this last year?
2 years ago.
2 years ago,
Band
okay.
boosters didn't want to pick it up last year, so I talked them into.
All right. Is
picking it up
there
this year.
anything lessons learned, or what else can we do to help make it? Because part of this is on Tech Dot roads too, so I'm not sure we'll get all the clearance there. But
It is.
anything
and we'll
you
request
need
that.
from us, from when you did it before, lessons learned to help it go smoother, by all means. Yeah.
Walkers in the middle of the night.
Okay.
we learned our feet turned to hamburger really quick when you're walking from 10 p.m. till 3 a.m. More water placed at the external side. Last time we did it, it was 95 degrees. Some folks started to fall out. Although we were following them along, we will place a harder emphasis on making sure there's water placement throughout. Terlingua had set some out, but as people were shopping, they thought it was for them, and so it wasn't always available. So
So it's constantly going up and down Main?
Yes. So the top of the hour, the American flag will start at Harry's, go down to PNC and back. It takes roughly 40, 45 minutes, depending on who's walking it. But if they choose to not come at the top of the hour, there are plenty of branches that they can walk, and but there's plenty of walkers walking the whole time, except for in the middle of the night.
So the lesson learned from that was the American Legion ourselves, we ponied up a little bit of cash to make sure we have additional amenities, and we're going to be supplying a tent, PA system, the side-by-side, and more water, a lot more water this year. So.
Okay.
And we're working on some college kids to
sign up at the night hours?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like you're passing the baton at certain points?
Essentially,
okay.
yes.
Okay.
Some of us need 3 or 4 hours sleep in order to get through the event.
All right. Well, thank you again for taking the initiative and bringing such attention.
Yes, sir.
Great. Alderman Van Kuren.
Yeah, it's a great cause. My son's in the military, so I know that this is a big issue for them. Just a question. I see you've got a donate QR code here. Is it a 501c3 that would allow matching funds to be done as well?
We are a 501c. All the donations are coming through us. We are, like I said, we're funneling those towards a suicide awareness program or
Good.
another 501c. So we are a 501c as the first year of incorporation, and we take pleasure in giving some of our money away to other 501c. So it's all for charitable causes.
Do you have a target number that you're trying to achieve in terms of donations?
No, there's not a target number. We take what we can get and we use it towards other events, and we just continue to roll from there.
We had 300 walkers last time, garnered around $1,000. So.
Okay. And a lot of times we look for stuff that our youth can also participate in and get service hours. Is this something that they could volunteer for in that regard?
That is. We're working with the high school for some of those clubs, FFA. I think the Boy Scouts, that one of their clubs is coming as well. And I know a lot of our foreign exchange students are required when they come over here to do certain
They got jet lag
hours.
anyway, right? Get them up in the middle of the night.
Yeah, but we're asking for those folks to come and give their hours. We're happy to sign them, and they can walk their little 2 miles.
Well, I'll sign up for the 12 o'clock hour if the rest of the aldermen sign up for the middle of the night. Just throw that out as a gauntlet. So
we look forward to seeing you all there.
thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I would certainly nominate you, Jeff.
Mayor?
Yes.
Did you say that when this event was held here 2 years ago, there were approximately 300 participants?
Yeah.
And your total net income was around $1,000? Did I hear that right?
So we only, it was our first year putting it on, so we weren't really sure what kind of participation. We only asked for a $5 donation. This year we left it open to what people are willing to give. $20, $100, whatever they're willing to do. What we found is people were handing cash as they were coming through. They didn't want to walk. They would rather us walk, but we were good. But it was because it was only $5 at the time.
Okay. And those proceeds go to other organizations like yours that need help? What do you do with the money?
So we will, the American Legion will vote on local nonprofit mental health facilities that we can donate, like you said,
Correct.
Okay.
The goal here is not the monetary value. The goal here, the premise is the awareness.
Okay.
So if it was an event that was situated around making money, I'm really good at making money. I'd make that happen. We're here to bring awareness, and what's more, what catches your eye more than 8 flags going down the street for 2 hours. I dress up pretty spunky myself too, so you'll catch me out there. It's about awareness, not the money.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I believe the last money went to journals and extra material for a local mental health group that met every week. So that's where the bulk of that money went last.
That's awesome. So we'll talk some other time once I get your contact information, but I have a commercial ice machine that's outside at my office, which you're going to walk past 1 million times that night. So if you need it for your coolers, that'll be available to you also.
That's great. Yes.
All right. Any other questions? Yeah. Alderman Laster?
Will be.
Okay.
It was on the flyer. Did the flyer go with them?
It did.
So the name is on the flyer. Okay. Please.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And good luck with everything. And I hope it turns out very well for you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Next item up is a call, discussion on the Village of Salado's proposed ad valorem tax rate for fiscal year 2026 and 2027. I'll turn to Village Administrator John Benson to start us off on this discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. As we continue working through the process of developing a proposed budget for our fiscal year 26-27, one of the steps involves the board submitting selecting a proposed ad valorem tax rate for the village. And just to clarify, I know the board understands this, but for the audience, for people watching online, selecting the proposed rate does not mean that will be the tax rate, the property tax rate, or the ad valorem tax rate for next year. It is a proposed rate on which a public hearing will then be held. Your next agenda item is to set that public hearing date. One thing of note is the tax rate that is proposed or selected tonight. It can go lower, but it cannot go higher after that selection. In your packet, on the screen, there are 4 ad valorem tax rates that are listed or identified. The top one is the lowest rate, which is the no new revenue rate of 0.3709 per $100 of assessed value. Then the second one down is the voter approved rate of 0.3797 per $100 of assessed value. The other 2 are the prior year rate, and it says prior year rate, that's our current fiscal year 25-26 rate, our current property tax rate of 0.4231 per $100 of assessed value. And then option 4 is the de minimis rate, which is 0.4710 per $100 of assessed value. The option 3 and 4, which is our current year or listed as prior year rate, and the de minimis rate, those are not options to be chosen now. If those were to be chosen, you would have had to have selected those back in the middle of July, 71 days prior to the election date in November. Working through the budget, we don't need the rates that high. at those either of those rates to generate the revenue to cover our maintenance and operation expenses for next year, as well as our debt payments. So that really, in essence, brings it down to two options for the board to consider tonight as to select as proposed rates. Either the voter approved rate, again, that's 0.3797 per $100 of assessed value, or the no new revenue rate of 0.3709 per $100 of assessed value. Staff is recommending for tonight is recommending the board select the voter approved rate of 0.33797 per 100 for consideration as we continue working through our budgeting process. And that's based upon you can go down on a selected future rate, but you cannot go higher. So as we continue to work through our budget, the proposed budget for next year, that's our basis for that recommendation. I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator. I will now turn to Mr. Lassiter, Alderman Lassiter, and let you start off with the first questions if you have any.
Well, we worked on this for a number of hours, to say the least, and it's been a really good experience to understand it and go line item by line item and go through it. I'm correct on this. Correct me if I'm wrong. The 37.3797 voter approved rate is 0.043 cents less than the prior, yes, less than this year. Is that correct?
I believe that sounds right.
Okay. So it's a 0.043 reduction in the tax rate for the proposed new year 27.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. One thing, if I could add to spin off of that or add to that, the total taxable assessed value we received from Bell County Appraisal District or Tax Office for this current year is within the village is $438,554,918 for next year, for our next fiscal year, or for 2027. The assessed value within the village will be $509,688,315. So the growth in property values, or the assessed values, going up, primarily driven by the growth that's occurring in the community. The state law limits cities to no more than 3.5% growth in income. So that's a restriction that as we grow, we are being, that's not just our expenses, but it also drives down our tax levy.
I used to make it a qualification on that is that is without going to the voters.
Without being required to otherwise go to the voters for a higher tax rate. Thank you.
I have no further questions, Mayor, or comments at this time.
Alderman Roscoe, any questions?
No questions since that last discussion.
Alderman Sandor, any questions?
No, just a comment. I wanted to, it's our duty, so we really shouldn't sit up here and thank each other, but I don't do this often. I'm going to, because I've been up here a lot, and there's been a lot of meetings being had about our finances. The Village of Salado currently has 3 electeds who are very, very good at finance, that are all working together a lot lately. I don't know how they're getting anything else done in their life, or how much time they're up here huddled up right now. And so I just wanted to thank you guys for working so diligently on this and trying to do something better for Salado. She certainly deserves it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Sandor. Alderman Dutch.
No, thank you, Alderman Sanders, for that. No, it has been a pleasure actually working with this team on the finances, and it's been a breath of fresh from where we've been to have that level of engagement. I think we're still working on the details to get the final budget for next year, but you know, we are taking it serious as taxpayers to get the best value that we can for our constituents. it's tough. We are a growing community. I mean, you look at the taxable rates, it was pointed out, 3.5, but you're adding all of these different households, so there's more taxing on our infrastructure. So I think, you know, as we finish out this year with our budget, we're probably going to be looking at coming to the voters for a road bond potentially, looking at, because what we have in the budget is not going to cover a lot of the potholes and the degradation that we're seeing in the community on a lot of the roads. So, but at least we'll know where that money is being spent, and it'll only go for roads. So, we have a lot still more work to do, but we're trying to get the best value we can. And once again, I appreciate having Mayor Ingram's background and expertise, and Jim Lassiter, Alderman Lassiter, and John at the table. So thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Dench. Alderman Banchera.
Maybe a two-part question. Just for the voter approved rate, when was that approved and for how long is that valid? And the other question, which is when we get to September 17th, we have public hearings, is that just comments from folks, or do they have a more of a structured approach by which we work through public hearings? What does that look like?
The voter approved rate, I apologize, I don't know when that was approved. I haven't looked back at that. It stays in effect until there's a new tax rate levy put on the ballot that the voters approve. So adding to that point, I go back to state law for local governments or municipalities specifically, limit the cities cannot have a windfall of growth, you know, significant property tax increase, and it becomes a windfall to the city, and then all of a sudden we have just a significant increase in revenue. It's capped at 3.5% per year. So that, and as they talk, there's inflationary costs, there's other factors to growth, the more land area as the city, the village itself, our corporate limits expand, the police department has to cover more land area, more population, there's more roads that have to be maintained and other services. And so that's really the kind of the heart of the challenge, among there's other things that I'm not mentioning, but that limits protects the taxpayers is the intent of that 3.5% revenue growth. Did I answer both questions for you? Thank you. The public hearing, it is for public comment. We will have, leading up to that meeting, we will post the proposed budget so the public will have an opportunity to review the proposed budget, so they can, when they provide comment, if they want to look at the budget itself, they'll have that opportunity to do that and then provide comment on that, or comments that are maybe on things that are not included in the budget, perhaps.
Will we be in a position by then to, I guess, give them an overview of where we expect the money to be spent?
Yes, that will be line itemed out in the budget. We'll have a summary because it's a lot of numbers and a lot of tables and graphs, or not graphs, but tables. But yeah.
To Neil's point, right? I mean, we have all these expenses we have to, account for, make sure they grow appropriately with the size of the village. We're spending the taxpayers' money where it needs to be spent. So they'll, if they wish to read that information in advance and be armed for understanding how that tax rate fits to that budget, they'll have that information available to them, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess my comment only is I appreciated working with these gentlemen, Alderman Dunst and Alderman Lassiter, on this for the village. And I think all of the guys up here have taken an interest in the financial of the village. And that's important because obviously it's taxpayer money, and we want to make sure we're being responsible both in what we need to fund as well as building our reserves, because we are low on reserves currently right now, and so there is a focus on trying to make sure that we have money left over at the end of the year for the next couple of years to get our reserves built back up, as well as trying to finance and fund growth that's going on in the village. I'm very heartened by the process, and also the fact, I would just point out real quick, we are diversifying as a village with having more commercial development. We're seeing increases in sales tax revenue, so that is a good thing because it means we don't have to rely on only one funding source to meet our needs within the village. So I'm very excited for where we're headed with our finances and with the village, and so it'll be, I think, a good public hearing to hear back from the village residents and let them get to see what we put together for the budget. I can guarantee, and we'll certainly do this with the public. We went through every line item on the budget and looked and analyzed what the needs were, what the expectations were. I think we're getting to a good result, even though it's not final yet at this point in time. So anyway, appreciate that, and John, appreciate the work that you did to help bring it together so that we could work through it. Any other questions? All right, well, thank you guys. That takes us to the next item is just a public hearing on the proposed tax rate for September, is going to be September 17th, 2026 at 8 p.m. or excuse me, 6 p.m., if I can read that correctly, in the Village of Salado Municipal Building located at 301 North Stagecoach Road, Salado, Texas. Any other comment you want to make about that public hearing?
That date and time needs to be set by a motion voted upon to establish that date. Yes, I'm sorry. We're not in the board meeting. Yes, thank you.
That's right. We will vote on that tonight. Any comments from anybody on the dais here regarding the public hearing for the tax rate? Okay, then we'll quickly move on. Last item here is discussion regarding the initial annexation proceedings for approximately 54.695 acres of land located in the Young Williams Survey, abstract number 861, Bell County, Texas, and authorizing the required public hearing and notices. This also relates to the annexation of Salado ISD High School, correct? You want to start off with any comments?
I do not. I'm going to let Gina talk on this one. So, and Dr. Novotny is here as well.
Okay.
So, Mayor and Aldermen, staff is asking the board to authorize Resolution 2026-04. The previous Village Board of Aldermen on February 20th, 2025, had approved an agreement with Salado ISD. And now we are ready to initiate the annexation proceedings for approximately the 54.695 acres known as the new high school. And in your packet, you have the minutes where the previous Board of Aldermen had approved that, the description of the property, and then, of course, the request for petition to annex the property from the Salado ISD School District. It is an honor to have Dr. Novotny with us here this evening to represent the district and answer any questions that you may have on this item.
Okay.
Staff has no further comments.
All right. Anybody else have any additional comments or questions that they want to ask Dr. Novotny?
I just want to comment. I want to thank Dr. Novotny, the school board, past and present, that I couldn't be more proud to annex that school into our village. It is amazing. Just so well thought out strategically. I couldn't be more proud to be an Eagle. So thank you. Thank you for your service.
Dr. Novotny, would you, since you're not getting any questions, would you like to come up here and just kind of make your own comments regarding this historic project?
Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for inviting me here. Thank you for your service to our community and for our partnership with our school district. You know, when I started here over 15 years ago, the only school district property that was in the village was the one on Main Street where the administration building or civic center is located. Several years ago, we annexed in the elementary school property, the new middle school property, the previous high school property, which is now Salado Creek Elementary, and we value this partnership with the village, and and welcome having our new high school in there as well. Hopefully we had a chance to tour the building. If not, please let me know. We're happy to get you a tour. It's a beautiful facility. If you don't know, my first 14 years in this district, we were the second fastest growing district out of the 77 school districts in our region, which is Region 12 out of Waco. However, this past year, and Belton was the fastest in that 14-year window. However, this past year, Belton actually declined in enrollment, and we were the fastest growing. We grew 215 kids this last year, an all-time record for us in 1 year. And we just got the numbers, current numbers for this coming school year, and we are up over 200 students again. So the growth is not slowing. But again, welcome the partnership and continued partnership with the village. But again, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have about it.
Well, I would certainly say that for the board and all of us up here, we certainly support what Salado High School and the rest of the district is doing. And if there's anything we can do additionally to support you, please be willing to holler and reach out to us because we're pretty excited. I think you're holding the top spot of growth among the district. Is probably going to be maintained for a while,
yes,
given what you built out there. Any other comments for Dr. Novotny? All right. Well, good luck with opening school.
Thank you. Thank you, Ron.
All right. Then we had a couple items for August 20th. So the board will not be taking these items up tonight in its board agenda, but we did have a couple items that we wanted to lay out for the workshop. The first one is a discussion regarding municipal court judge applicants. So you want to give an update on that?
Yeah,
John?
and I'll do this very quickly. In front of each of your seats is a manila envelope. We, at the board's direction, previous direction, we advertised this position opening. We received 10 applications for this opening. A copy of each of the letter of interest and some submitted resumes are included in your packet. We're giving those to you tonight because in 2 weeks we'll be back on the agenda for you to potentially make that selection. So we wanted to give you the 2 weeks in advance to look at them. With the number of applicants, if you want to, if you have questions or want to meet with any that meet, then I guess by email individually, email me if you'd like to set up a committee or as a group meet with certain individuals or a selection of those, let me know and we can set those up sort of as an interview if you want to go that route. Otherwise, we will place this back on the August 20th Board of Aldermen meeting.
Okay, thank you. Questions? I'll go down to this end first. Mr. Sandor. Alderman Lassiter?
We have a formal protocol to go through on this particular hiring process. I'm not familiar with it, but how are we going to proceed on this matter? That's my question. I'm not familiar with it.
It's sort of up to you as a board to choose that protocol. We could follow a process similar to what the process would be for when you selected me as the village administrator or a hiring process for another employee. When I say me, I'm not suggesting community coffee or things like that. So yeah, it's a simplified process. You can do that, or you can just simply review them, and then on the 20th, you discuss at the workshop and make your selection at that meeting. So it's really up to the board.
So no formal process would be the answer to your question. We can create that process ourselves.
Okay.
Alderman Rose?
No question.
Alderman Dunch?
So that's a thick packet. 10 applicants is quite a bit. So I don't know what the board would think, but I think we should try to narrow it down first. I don't know whether we want to consider a committee to do that, to narrow it down first, but it would be my suggestion because that's a lot of applicants.
Yeah, we can certainly discuss that. Probably not tonight, but we can certainly discuss that. given the time, we can follow back up. We might have to have a special meeting or something like that to do it, but we'll discuss that.
Another question on mine is just comment where we're at, because that's a big target.
Alderman Van Kuren? The only comment I have is, one, I just want to say this is an important process that we need to get through in the next couple of weeks, and probably trying to narrow it down. Everybody maybe individually taking a look and see if you can, just based on your own evaluation, come up with a short list, but then we should collaborate together on that to get to a point where we have a smaller set of candidates out of 10. I also just want to, knowing that Justice of the Peace Tice is here tonight. Obviously, he is a candidate, but I wanted to just personally thank him for he's covering for us right now until we get a candidate. So I do appreciate you not only being here, but for your work in helping us cover the gap until we get somebody appointed. So thank you, sir, for that. Sure. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Please come up.
Good afternoon. Justice of the Peace, Michael Tice, 6309 Bow Allen Court, too. But I want to expound a little bit on that. I did have to call Mayor earlier today. So when our city officers make an arrest for a Class C misdemeanor, it's the city judge responsibility to go down there and magistrate him if he's a magistrate and get that ticket sent back to this court. So since we didn't have one, it then moves up to the Justice of the Peace. One of the problems that you run into if it's not me, because I know the city process and when we meet, is we have to take their plea there, and if they plead a not guilty, then I have to give them a court date. Since we don't have a city magistrate, thankfully the one I did right before I came to this meeting, he pled no contest, so I was able to give him time served and let him finish that out. But just to kind of give you an idea of what the process is, and I'm covering down for you, but I can't hold that hearing because it's not in my court, if that makes sense. So if you have any more questions on that, the mayor is allowed to cover down on some things court-wise, but he is not a magistrate. So as a justice of peace, I am, so I'm able to go down there and take care of that.
All right.
I'm open to any questions if you have any.
Anybody have any questions for Judge Tice? No? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item is discussion regarding Pace Park parking proposal. So who's taking that item? Gina? All right, Gina. You want to come up to the dais here?
Oh, can you hear me?
Huh?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I guess
okay,
I can hear you. Okay, I can hear you.
Okay. Mayor and Alderman, I just wanted to present a proposed project that staff would like to share with you. There's no action being taken. We're just this is a discussion. So it's the Pace Park public access and safety. Street lighting and additional parking along Pace Park is what we are proposing. The reason being is it really supports safer pedestrian access to public restrooms, which we know is the only one public restroom that we have right now, park events, and Main Street. If we can go ahead and go to the next. This just kind of gives you an overview. I do realize this picture is showing a completely paved area. This is generated through AI, just trying to give you some ideas of what we have. We don't have a proposed funding of what the cost would be, and I'll kind of get into that. But I wanted to highlight and make sure that you understand that I am not proposing that. That just kind of gives you an idea of what it could look like, whether it's gravel or you know, whatever that we decide on that. And I'm going to go through this a little quicker. I'm not going to read everything because obviously you can read the slides of all the information that we're proposing. The biggest portion of this not only is the safety aspect, because there is a lot of people that walk through that area, but it's, with it being the only public main restroom that we have, it's dark. So if we're asking people to get from Main Street to our public bathroom at Pace Park, it's really challenging for them to go down the dark roads. So that will be a benefit. And then, of course, the additional parking for any events that could be held at the park, and also any overflow from Main Street, which we know we need additional parking for guests and visitors that come into the area. So that's why we were proposing this. If you'll go to the next slide, this kind of gives you a visual of the big concrete, well, they're not concrete, the big stones that are at the park right now. What we're proposing is that we push those back, as you can see the arrow just kind of giving you an idea of what that would look like. And we would want to line that up with the parking that's already existing there. Currently, we're estimating that's about 27 spots. Staff had informed me at one point, I guess were going to mark them. So there's some markings underneath the gravel where you can see. I'm not an engineer. I worked through AI and some GIS to try to get some of the numbers. But if we add the space all the way down to very close to where the lodge is at, and we can adjust this, but that was just an idea. We could have an additional possible 54, if you go to the next slide, additional parking spaces. It says 54 to 57. It depends on how wide that we decide to make these, but even if it was lower, it's more parking than we actually have right now. So I do think that this is could be a very low cost addition for us to add additional parking into a beautiful green space that I don't think is used enough. And this would definitely highlight that to where we could have additional events like the Scottish Games. I would like to see more things. I would like to see the stroll expand and be able to use that green space. And then, of course, have that additional parking. And we are working with Encore on the street lights. And I don't have a cost on that right now. I should get that hopefully by the end of this week, possibly the beginning of next week. So that's why I will be bringing this back to you at the next meeting. If we can go to that next slide, you'll just kind of see again where we are recommending that the lights be. It's approximately, I think, 180 feet. We're only requesting 5. We think that will do enough lighting according to Encore, and not affect the residents that are in the area or the lodge that has visitors there. We want to be mindful of both of those as we're working towards a better safety, more parking. I'm pretty excited about staff presenting this. I think it's a great idea. Hopefully leadership thinks it's a good idea. And I know there's some more items. I know we're going quickly here. I've got another one to give to you, but I will be coming back with more information at that August 20th. I should have an idea of what the cost would be. Again, pushing those blocks back, that's going to be very little cost to us, and we don't even have to put rock or anything down to get us started with that, if it's something that we need to look at in the future. But again, I'll be happy to come back to you with some of those costs. And that is all I have on that project. I'm sure you may have some questions. I'll be happy to answer any. But I just wanted to make sure that I'm being very clear that I don't have a cost analysis for you yet.
Okay, I'll start with Alderman Sander this time. Any comments, Alderman?
Yeah, so I went with Andrew from Public Works and spent some time in Pace Park looking at this project and evaluating it, measuring some things and giving consideration to what movements would be required. And I agree with Ms. Pence. The first movement would be to move the quarry blocks back so as to create parking depth, because you really don't have depth for anything beyond parallel parking, which is not a great use of space. There's only one area, a very small amount of area that we would not be able to push the blocks back. So that would probably be the golf cart, side-by-side parking and the like. The majority of it, though, could very easily be just moved, and that would be a very, very inexpensive project for its first scope. And then adding improved parking at a later time would obviously require planning and budgeting and some of those kinds of things. But even still, I think there are some options available, including some phone calls I got back and working on this earlier this week, where maybe we can get asphalt millings just for without paying for them, as long as we pay for hauling. And so, I don't want to go too deep here, but this is not complicated. The most complicated part would be whatever she gets back from Encore and any costs associated with that, if any, to us. And I would assume there probably would be some, but until she gets them out, this is what we're talking about. So it's a pretty easy project.
Can you visualize head-in parking?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, head-in parking for, so we were in a 3/4 ton pickup truck, so a pretty long vehicle. But you can, we were using that for scale. So we figured if we moved the quarry blocks back enough for that size of a vehicle to pull in, it would also allow for Suburbans and the like, and then many other vehicles quite smaller than that to be able to get in and not be overhanging the roadway.
That'd be significant.
It would be significant. It would be very, very inexpensive to start right away, to be able to do this very soon.
Alderman Lasser, you have any comments you want to add?
I think anytime we can add additional parking at a nominal expense, it's a no-brainer. We need even more than that, but that's a great start. I think Alderman Sandor's idea, the asphalt pilings, is excellent idea. I've seen it work incredibly well in the area where the historic church chapel was moved over to the log cabins area. That parking lot has held up incredibly well with those pilings. So I love that idea with it, and I commend y'all for working on that. I know there's some more things we can do, but that would definitely be significant progress, and I'll support it 100%. Thank you very much, Gina.
Alderman Rosewell.
No questions.
Okay. Alderman Dunn.
Seems like a no-brainer. So what I'm hearing is we'll probably have easily 50 additional parking spots for Christmas store.
That is the plan, sir.
Fantastic. Good deal. All right, no other questions.
That is excellent for the downtown area.
I'll mention the Scottish Festival potentially.
Yes.
Cool.
Alderman Van Kira.
In the olden days, when you had a parking lot, you have like a safety call box. I know we have all phones nowadays, but is there anything like that that would be put down there to raise an alarm, flash a light, whatever it does nowadays to say we've got a concern, someone's, because it is really down there, especially at night, it's sort of an isolated area. And I don't know if there's a chief left when I need him. What the current version of the safety call box looks like, if that's going to be a place for parking, especially 50 spots, it's off the beaten track a little bit. Hey, Chief, question for you. We're asking about the question about safety. In the olden days, you'd have like a call box or something like that in a place that was sort of off the beaten path. Is there an equivalent of that nowadays for this parking spot we're talking about that's sort of down by the river and off by itself?
Yes, sir. I'll get with UMHB. They actually have several of them on their campus where you push a button and it automatically connects you with 911.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm assuming we're also, I like the idea of additional spots. I like the idea of not too much money, but I'm assuming we're going to have signs that say parking this way, because that's always the issue, telling people where to go. And then those big people who drive pickup trucks, there's a lot of them up here on the board, they don't always park very well. A lot of times they sort of park, they pull in, they stop there. Are we going to have a guide to show them, park this way so we can have a lot of people park, since it's sort of, free for all and nothing marked?
So that will have to be in our scope of work, right?
Okay.
Depending on how those expenses come back
Those
in.
big white pickup trucks park everywhere, and they don't know how to park very well. Okay.
All right.
Thank you. No more.
Thank you, sir. Okay. I'm excited about it. So I thank you for bringing this to the board, Gina. This will be very, very good addition for parking downtown. Okay. With that, I don't have any other questions. We'll move to John. Last really item on the board, on the workshop agenda is just your update items that you brought forward.
I think Gina had one more
Oh,
on
Gina had
road
one more?
repair program update.
Okay.
Okay. Mayor, thank you. I am going to go through this pretty quickly if I can, not to say that roads are not important, but they are. So I just put together a quick slide of where we're at and what we've been doing. As you can see, we really started in February of this year, in between the weather events that we had. That did kind of halt some of the work that we had going on. But we currently have been able to complete 24 listed repair activities, and those are contracted work and in-house pothole repairs, and that is by the staff of Public Works. So I just kind of wanted to share that. Another thing that I wanted to share that's incredibly important is if you look at the cost of what we spent compared to maybe what we've spent in previous years on the materials for the in-house pothole repairs, staff has been able to reduce that material by 50% of what we were paying 2 years ago. So that has been incredible. I'm very proud of the team for working hard to make these relationships and support every single dollar that we are trying to do for these repairs. Again, the next slide, I'm going to go through this quickly. I kind of touched upon that. What we're doing in-house, though, is the small, really in the medium patch repairs. I want to make that clear. As you all know, driving around, there's a lot of medium to large and large to extra large repairs that need to transpire. If we can go to the next slide. Here is what we've been able to complete since February. We have basically gone through 3 pallets of repair material, which was 150 bags, 9,000 pounds. We have been able to patch holes on all the roads that are listed here. There's 15 different roads. A lot of those roads, I tried to highlight multiple potholes. I may have missed some. You know, the guys are out doing what they can, and they'll try to report back to me on how many holes that they were able to do. And I may have missed some of those, but they are really working whenever they can to make sure that we're getting those completed. And we plan on continuing to do that throughout the end of the year, just depending on weather. And the next, there you go, thank you. We contracted out for phase 1. That was completed in May of 2026. If you followed us on social media, you saw the before and after pictures. That's what you're seeing here. Melissa Drive, that one was incredibly bad. And I don't think the pictures really do justice until you went out there to really view it. But the repair work it really looks good. And we've had a lot of comments from the residents out there that they appreciated the roads getting repaired. And then, of course, we had the Old Mill Road, and you can really kind of see that one a little bit better in that photo. That one was a real dangerous one, and I do want to thank Alderman Sandor for all of his work and effort that he's helped us with. His expertise definitely came into play on these roads because they were in really bad shape. Phase 2, that's where we're at right now. These are being proposed to be completed this month. I don't have any photos, but I will be sharing those with you as we move forward. The 3 projects that we're looking at, Mary Lane is the absolute worst right now, and that's number 1. But they will all be 3 done at the same time. And again, it's very large areas and some multiple areas that we are looking at there. And then the next slide is phase 3, you know, where, of course, that's going to be contracted work. And then, like I said earlier, more in-house patching that we will be doing. And phase 3 and 2 will all be completed before the end of our fiscal year. We are proposing to purchase another 3,000 pounds before the end of September to make sure that we've got enough. And then, of course, as the new budget rolls, then we'll do a new hope purchase again of that in-house material that we're using. And then the last slide, I just kind of want to share where we were at. 2025 was I think that was a hard year for us to do the road repairs. just for financial. But those are the list of roads that were completed. And then we had the Royal Street culvert repair, which is extremely damaged that had to be repaired. So I listed that on there as well. So you can see kind of where we came from in 2025 to what we've been able to do in 2026. And we want to keep increasing it as much as we can, whether it's through lower costs, staffing, and then of course budget dollars. So I know that's a high brief. I will continue to do that as we move forward and keep everybody informed, and it's put as much on social when we're doing that to keep everybody informed. That is all staff has. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
I don't have any questions. Anybody on the dais have a question for Gina? Alderman Shira?
First one is, how do you identify which projects to do?
So it depends on the depth of how bad the road was. The first phase, we used what was left over in 2025 that was not accomplished. So that was our first phase. Second phase were, again, roads that were assessed, either call-ins, public works, identifying, and so forth. And moving forward, we're going to use our road assessment that we have from MRB that rated all the roads, what should be looked at, and have a priority in addition to anything else that's called in that's gone through this process as well. So
I read that NBR study, and the road assessment was say a rating of the roads.
Mm-hmm.
But you can have a road that most of it was fine, but one or two parts of it, basically, like was that Mary's Lane? I'm trying to think of the one that's over here, just north of us. Was just horrible. Like 5 feet of it was horrible. And the rating that they gave would probably be overall a reasonable score, but one part of it just had to be done. I guess what I'm saying is I'm probably more of a fan of the visual than I am of an NBR study in terms of what roads we really need to repair. And I've found surprisingly that when you published and said, here's what we're fixed, if you look at the comments, people will say, here's your next 6, right? And they're usually right about it, right? They go, have you seen this? Have you seen this? Have you seen this? Many times it at least takes me to places I've never been before in the village. So I would encourage you to have a rotating list that's visible to these guys up here, but also even a rotating list that we publish, because I think we're going to get feedback from the village residents frequently about which ones are on their list, because they drive them just like we do. The other one was, what would you like to ask from us, the BOA, or others to improve our road repair results? Do you have an ask?
At this time, I have been asking for support from some of the experts and anything that you see. Public Works is out there, their boots on the ground. I don't always get out there and able to see things. So we need people to share, like you said. Sometimes on social media, staff is not always watching social media because we're working. So it's important that people actually call in or email or inform Public Works. Of course they can inform you, but you guys are very, very busy. So it would be very helpful if they would just contact the office to give us that information. But again, the village has not had a process set in place to take care of roads. So this is a new initiative that the Public Works team is doing, and I'm very proud of where we have come this last year. And I look forward to the work that they're going to continue doing for the village and our citizens.
Yeah, do you have anything?
Good. Thank you, Gina, for all the efforts you're putting into this. It's a bit of a whack-a-mole right now with the budget we got, so I'm trying to keep it all tight and keep the streets safe. And so thank you.
Alderman Wilson?
No, thank you. No question.
Alderman Rice?
Good work.
Alderman? Yeah, thank you, Gina. I think this is a great job, and it's nice to see things getting done.
So I appreciate the thank yous to me, because I know I'm the department head, but I do want to share it's the Public Works team that's making this happen, and I will definitely share all the accolades and the well wishes to them. Thank you.
Yeah, please do. Okay, I believe the last two items are yours, Village Administrator, so take them away.
Just very quickly, I don't have very many updates because we talked about a couple of them. I think it was Alderman Sandor mentioned we met, I think it was earlier this week, on the West Village Road project. Had a meeting with Solomon Thomas from MRB on that, so we are moving forward, working on that to move that project forward. And as we discussed earlier, the budgeting process has been time-consuming, probably to say the least. And I want to thank yourself, Mayor, and Alderman Dunch and Alderman Lassiter for the your time and commitment to that process, and to our financial accountant, Christy Siegel. She's been carrying a lot of water behind the scenes on this, so thank you. So I'll stop there, just for the sake of time. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Do you also have the discussion on the special event fees? Or
I do not. I know there was a meeting earlier this week. Katie Hill came, I don't know if it was the last meeting or the meeting prior to that, I think it was the last meeting, asked that we look at, that the village review our special event ordinance. There was an initial meeting earlier this week. Alderman Marufo and Alderman Lassiter attended along with Gina. I was not at that meeting, and I'll defer to the one or three of them to provide that update.
All right, Gina, I'll look to you first, and then we'll let the alderman speak behind it.
So we did have a very good meeting. We discussed a lot of the notes that were provided by Katie and her group. There was various groups actually that gave some input on that. We also made some notes, and I have some homework that I need to do to get back to the group, so that way we can move forward. But really tonight was just making sure that the board felt that this was a matter that we want to continue this process moving forward, so I can continue with my homework and get back to the group, and then we can look at this. Whether or not we'll have it presented by October, we did discuss that, because there really is a staff workload that's got to work on this, and we may not have something solid that we're with the adjusted fees and maybe until the new year. But that was pretty much the conversation that we had, and others that were at that meeting can chime in as well.
Thank you. Alderman Marufo, any additional comments?
The only thing I have to say is the meeting went very well. I think we were all in agreement on the updates that needed to be done. So it was encouraging. I think the progress will show that the changes that are needed will be made.
Okay. Okay. Alderman Lassiter? Okay. All right. Any other further comments along the line here? Mr. Sandor?
I just want, Katie, do you think the meeting went well? Okay, thank you.
Mayor.
There you go. All right. Go ahead.
If you'll indulge me to back up to the village administrator update, if I can.
Yes, you
one
may.
thing with Katie here, and one thing I failed to mention, we had a meeting, I believe it was last week, Alderman Sandor, with Katie and Graydon Hill regarding parking along Royal Street. And I would like to thank Katie and her husband for, they put up sign. We talked about, I'm sorry, and Chief Field was at that meeting, about putting up signs on designating golf, requesting golf, designating, I guess, golf cart parking and utility vehicle parking. And Katie and her husband purchased the signs and installed them last Sunday, I believe it. And they've done that. I drive down that street to and from home on a regular basis, and other times on a regular basis, and the signage seems to be very effective on working to address the concerns that you all have heard about vehicles parking and extending into the drive lane on those short parking spaces. So I'd like to thank Katie for helping address that issue along Royal Street there.
Very good, thank you. Okay, that concludes all our items on the workshop agenda. So we will stand adjourned and take I'll say a 10-minute break for whatever you need to do, and then we'll get the Board of Aldermen meeting going. Thank you. All right, we're going to call the meeting to order. And City Secretary, please call the roll.
Mayor Ingram,
Here.
Alderman Jones,
Here.
Alderman Sandor,
Here.
Alderman Lassiter,
Here.
Alderman Ventura, Alderman Holden.
Here.
Mayor Ingram and members of the board, the clerk will have it.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's meeting of the Village of Salado Board of Aldermen. Before we begin our official business, we will have our invocation, followed immediately by the pledges of allegiance. At this time, please bow your head, and we will have our invocation. Gracious Heavenly Father, we pause tonight to give thanks for the community of Salado and for the people who call it home. We ask for your guidance on the leaders gathered in this room. Grant the members of the Board of Aldermen clarity of mind, strength of character, and a deep spirit of fairness. Help them weigh decisions with wisdom and patience. May their work foster unity, safeguard our heritage, and build a bright future for our town and its residents. Give us all a shared commitment to listen well and serve with integrity. In your name we pray. Amen. Okay, with that, we will say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag, one state, under God, one indivisible. Got ahead of myself there. Okay, so first up on the agenda is public comments, and we will start with items not on the agenda. The Board of Aldermen welcomes comments from citizens on issues and items of concern not on the agenda. Those wishing to speak must sign in before the meeting begins and observe a 5-minute time limit when addressing the board. Speakers will have one opportunity to speak during this time. Inquiries about matters not listed on the agenda will either be directed to staff or placed on a future agenda for Alderman consideration. No discussion or final action will be taken by the Board of Aldermen during the public comment period of the meeting. And with that, we do have one individual who is wanting to speak on items not on the agenda. And I hope I say this right. Is it Thea? Tisha. Okay. Sorry, Tisha.
It's okay. All right.
Tisha Arledge, come on up. Oh, I don't see the nameplate.
No, I mean it was on the ground.
On the front. Okay, yeah. He's out.
Good evening, Mayor, City Manager. Didn't know who you were. Thank God. You better do this right. Is all I got to say. No offense, and everyone here tonight. I promise I'll keep this under 5 minutes. I know y'all have a long agenda, and nobody wants to hear me talk until breakfast. First, I just want to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for choosing to serve our village. It takes time. God, it takes patience. It takes thick skin and probably a lot more aspirin than most people realize. We may not always agree on every issue, but I truly appreciate the work that each of you do for this Village of Salado. A special thank you for investing $10,000 in our 4th of July celebration. I think it was phenomenal. I think it was amazing. I liked the little golf cart parade and the fireworks and everything. Families gathered, kids laughed. We all had a good time. Veterans were honored. And people that come to Salado got to, visit and experience what we experience all the time. I have been here for going on 34 years as a potter, as a teacher, as a mother, as a grandmother, and anything we can do to either put heads in beds or whatever we need to do to bring more people here is what I'm all about, and I'm very thankful to be here. We may not always agree on every issue, but I truly appreciate the work each of you do here in Salado. I'd also like to thank you for supporting businesses, including and allowing a gun store to locate in our historic district. Every new business that chooses Salado is making an investment in our future. And I appreciate your willingness to welcome entrepreneurs who believe in our village. As we continue growing, I hope we never lose sight of what has always made Salado different. People don't drive here because we're just another little Texas town. They come because we are Salado. They come looking for something they can't find anywhere else. I'd love to see more artisan shops, more friendly attractions, hands-on experiences, and businesses that give people a reason to wander our streets, stay a while, and come back again. Now, if I had one wish, this is my plea. It would be for fewer businesses centered around alcohol and more businesses centered around creating memories. We don't need to become another place known for bars and wine. We can be known as the destination where families, shoppers, history lovers, and day trippers come because there's always something unique waiting around the next corner. I also want to thank you for your continued support. Events that bring people downtown. Those events aren't just fun, they keep our local businesses alive and thriving. Every person who comes to an event might buy lunch, shop in a boutique, grab a dessert, or even decide to spend the night. And speaking of spending the night, I have two favorite words. That's three. Heads in beds. That's how we all win. When visitors stay overnight, our hotels fill up, our restaurants get busier, our shops sell more, our hotel occupancy tax dollars work exactly the way they were intended. I've been working on an idea for an April 2-day event designed specifically to put heads in beds. And I'm not ready to unveil it tonight, but I think it has the potential to bring people to Salado during a quieter season and benefit businesses across the entire village. That would be in April, because something happens really huge in my life every October, which is a crazy time. So I want to pull it back 6 months and have that same thing happen here. And I've got one man who's so excited, or at least he came across that way. It's my friend Bobby Woodson. So that's all I'll say at the moment. But he dreams big, and he lets me dream. And any man who lets me dream. I love you, Jim Lassiter. I love you, Rick Marufo. I love you, Neil. I don't know the rest of you that well, so I can't really say that. But I'll leave you with this thought. Salado has never become successful by trying to be like everyone else. We become successful by protecting what makes us different. Let's keep investing in the people, businesses, and experiences that make visitors say, there's just something special about Salado. If we do that, the future will take care of itself. Thank you again for your service, your leadership, and for everything you do for our village. God bless you, and God bless Salado. That's it. Bye. Now do I sit down? I sit down, right?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Okay, so we do not have any individuals requesting to make comments for items on the agenda. Is that correct? Okay, so I don't have to read the comment, right, John, as it relates to item B. Since there's no one here, we won't read that. And we will now go ahead and enter a closed executive session to discuss two topics pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551071 and Section 1.05 Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct, to consult with legal counsel regarding cause number 26 DCV 360170, Hopstrass Brewing Company LLC versus City of Salado, Texas, in the 146th Judicial District Court, Bell County, Texas, including receiving legal advice, discussing the status of the matter, and considering legal options. Item number 2, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and Section 1.05, Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct, to consult with legal counsel regarding Texas 267748, charge of discrimination, Manuel De La Rosa versus Village of Salado, Texas, including receiving legal advice, discussing the status of the matter, and considering legal options. I will make a note as we go into executive session, we will be speaking with our attorneys by phone, and I think that is all. Probably fair to say, I think on item number A, we really don't have I think any discussion for tonight, so that may not be discussed. Okay. With that, we will move to go into executive session. Thank you. First item is report on executive session. There's no action taken on either of the topics discussed in the executive session. And we now will move to the consent agenda. Discussion or possible action regarding approval of the regular Board of Aldermen meeting minutes dated July 16, 2026. And number 2, petition for the release from the Village of Salado's ETJ submitted by Dos Hermana, that's right, pronounce it, Road 35 West, 47 acres, LLC, for approximately 47.257 acres of land located on the Dos Hermanas Road, pursuant to Chapter 42, Subchapter D of the Texas Local Government Code. So I will ask if any of those items, any of the aldermen want to have removed for further discussion. If not, then I will take a motion for approval.
I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda 5A 1 and 2 as written.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those same sign. Hearing none. Those opposed, same sign, excuse me. Hearing none, motion passes. We'll now move to item number 6, discuss and consider possible action regarding any item removed from the consent agenda. There isn't, so we'll move now to number 7, public hearing. A, discussion regarding a request to amend the Historic District Overlay Ordinance Regulations 2023-08 to add the retail sales of firearms and ammunition as a permitted use. So with that, I will take
I make a motion to approve 7A as written.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All right.
So right now I know it's a public hearing, so.
Oh, that's right. That's right. So no action, right?
Not on this line item.
Oh, public hearing. Okay, I'm sorry. I misread that. Okay, we will open the public hearing and see if anybody wants to make a comment from the public. Hearing none, we will close the public hearing and move on. Item number 8, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding a request to amend the Historic District Overlay. And with that, we can't take action because we can't. Okay. Okay, so, excuse me, to amend the Historic District Overlay Ordinance Regulation 2023-08 to add the retail sales of firearms and ammunition as permitted use. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve agenda item 8A as written.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. We'll move to item B, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the annual service and assessment plan, SAP process for the Salado Public Improvement District, including the required 2026 annual service plan update. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve item 8B as written.
Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. That takes us to item C, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the authorization from the Board of Aldermen to release the RFQ on-call engineering services. I will now entertain a motion for item C.
Move to approve item 8C as written.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Item D, discussion, consideration, and possible action to approve the engagement letter with the village's proposed independent auditor for the fiscal year 2026 annual financial audit. I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion for item 8B,
Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Discussion, consideration, and possible action approving the Village of Salado joining Sister Cities International and payment of the applicable membership fee. I will now entertain a motion. Or discussion.
I have a
Further
discussion.
discussion.
Quick one.
Okay.
Are we, all we're doing is allowing this to move forward because there is no final decision for what we learned in workshop?
Yeah.
That's correct. We're just joining the Sister City International Organization and paying a cost of the membership.
So we're joining so we can find our sister city.
Right.
Okay. Yes.
So we're in a pool of people that want to find another sister.
And it will open up access to grants and.
Yeah, so Mayor, if you're still open to it, I'll move to approve, item 8E as written.
Okay. Motion made. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Item F, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the proposed tax rate per $100 value for valuation for fiscal year 2026-2027. Do I have a motion? Or discussion?
I'll take the motion. If there's not a discussion item.
I'll make a motion to approve 7F as written.
But there was a recommendation. Yeah, as recommended.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
As recommended.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Item G, discussion, consideration, and possible action to call a public hearing on the proposed tax rate for September 17, 2026 at 6 p.m. in the Village of Salado Municipal Building located at 301 North Stagecoach Road, Salado, Texas. I will now entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve item 8G as written.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Item H, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the 22-hour walk for suicide prevention in September, beginning on the 26th at 4 p.m. to September 27th at 2 p.m., hosted by the American Legion. I will entertain a motion.
Make a motion, Mayor, to approve 8H.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Item I, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the Board of Aldermen to authorize Village of Salado staff to amend the ordinance for special events and associated fees. I will entertain a motion.
Discussion.
Discussion, yeah.
Discussion?
Are we giving, is the Board of Aldermen, the way I read this, the Board of Aldermen is allowing village staff to conclude the balance of wherever that's going to land? Am I reading this correctly?
Yeah,
Add detail?
actually it was just to get board direction to actually work on that. It's already started as was discussed during the workshop, so I don't know that unless you don't want staff to continue working on it.
It's not what it says.
I know.
So what is if it says something other than what we were intending tonight, how do we manage what we're going to do next?
Well, it's to work on amending the ordinance, but
Can we just amend what it
there's
says?
no amendment yet developed. It's just starting the
Can
process.
we word it, can we make
Right,
a
we can-
modification that they come back with a
Recommendation.
Can we
Yes.
even just make it subject to Board of Aldermen approval at a later date?
There you go.
That's
Yes.
fine. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. That's very helpful. Okay.
Subject to Board approval, Board of Aldermen approval at a later date. Review and approval. Subject to review and approval of the Board of Aldermen at a later date.
Okay. think that works. Okay, so Alderman Lassiter, are you making that?
Yes, Mayor, I make a motion that we amend this item 8I and add at the back end of the Senate, subject to review and approval by the Board of Aldermen at a later date.
All right. I will take a second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Item J, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding construction bids received for Royal Street K-Tempo Improvement Project number 1963.22000-14.
So if I may, Mayor, I will be recusing myself from the decision on this agenda item. I am an owner of a business on Royal Street. I am choosing this in my own will. It has no real conflict. I'm not getting any through this a direct benefit, but we are enhancing the parking for public, which I am choosing to receive from. So,
Just a moment.
Yeah, go ahead.
We are not actually improving parking per how we're trying to award this right now.
It was out of scope, I
If that's
thought.
the concern.
Yeah.
Sir?
It was out of scope, I thought, right? That was one of the 4 things that we did not include. Yeah.
Yeah, we're basically just putting a new road in right now based on financial ability.
Right.
So there were 4.
So the four
They're not included.
They are not included.
Not included.
So the alternates are not included. So
You
we're
can
just
still
really
do this if you want to. I just want you to
We're really just
understand.
repaving a road.
Well,
That is
sidewalk-
what
and
we would be
sidewalks.
approving tonight, yes, sir.
Yes.
And sidewalks and all the things that go with it.
Well, that's maybe back to your point then. You're correct. Thank you, Ben Kiro.
Okay. So I've got a motion on this one, Mayor, if you. Okay.
So I'm choosing to recuse myself.
Okay, that's fine.
Yep, that makes sense. Okay.
So motion that we award the bid for Royal Street to Texas Road LLC. The amount of the award is $2.905 million with the restrictions that it has to be completed 24 months after the award, and the restrictions at Main Street to Baines and have no work on it between November and December, and that one lane must be open at all times on this road. That's my motion.
That's your motion. Now that's in the bid, right?
It's in the construction specifications.
Just for the minutes.
Okay.
What he said is in,
Okay.
yeah, it's consistent.
Yeah.
It's clarification.
Yep.
I'll second his motion.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes.
Put in one abstention.
And one abstention. Very good. Item K, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the resolution number 2026-04, initiating annexation proceedings for approximately 54.695 acres of land located in the Young-Williams Survey, abstract number 861, Bell County, Texas, and authorizing the required public hearings and notices. I will now entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we accept item 8K as written.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes.
Mayor?
And yes.
Oh, sorry. Are you done?
Yes, I'm done.
I'd like to move to adjourn.
Thank you. Do I have a second? All right. We are adjourned.
I hope you don't find that disrespectful.
Oh, no.